Chapter 420. Under Li Yuan's mournful gaze, Zhang Feng put away the written note Li Yuan had written into his bosom. At this time, the sky was already completely dark. Cheng Yaojin left in a hurry because he had something to do. At this time, in the tavern, Zhang Feng made a table of good dishes to entertain Li Yuan. Among the dishes, there were eels that Guzi and the others caught, as well as a finger-long river fish, and a large plate of fried yellow and orange crabs. Braised eels were most liked by Li Yuan, and he ate it with relish. After 3 rounds of food, only then did Li Yuan ask, "Kid, where did you learn all these skills?" Old man can be considered to have traveled all over the world, and he had seen and heard all these big and small things. But you, from the dishes you made, to the wine, as well as the tubo jeune la matter, were they all instigated by you? Zhang Feng had long known that there would be such a day. There would always be people who would ask him about these things, and this was also what he was most afraid of. Therefore, this small tavern did not have a signboard at all, and did not really open to the public. Other than Lao Li and the others, he would not receive anyone else. If it was someone else who asked, then he would directly throw out a sentence that it was none of your business, and that would be it. But this was Lao Li's father, he could not say that, right? "Old man, my skills are all thanks to that master of mine." Hearing that, Li Yuan hurriedly asked, "Then what is your master's surname?" "I don't know the specifics, squinty eyes and red nose." Although his temper was weird, he was not a bad person. "At that time, my family was still there, and I had nothing to do all day, so I wandered around in the mountains. By chance, I met him who was wandering, and he saw that I was talented and smart, so he took me in as his disciple. But he had a rule that he was not allowed to speak of his existence to outsiders." While speaking, Zhang Feng's eyes revealed a trace of reluctance. On this point, he really wasn't pretending. Because, at that time, his class teacher was surnamed Zhang, and other than not wearing glasses, everything else was completely fabricated according to his class teacher's appearance. But when Li Yuan heard that, he was overwhelmed with shock in his heart. In his mind, he carefully compared the image of the person Zhang Feng described with all the great writers, great scholars, and people of the scholarly faction with the surname Zhang. However, he could not match any of them. Involuntarily, Li Yuan asked again, "Then do you know where your master is from? Is it from Shandong, or somewhere else?" Zhang Feng shook his head. He sighed sorrowfully. "Sigh. Old master, my master once said that I am not allowed to mention his existence to outsiders, but what is our relationship? Lao Li and I are sworn brothers. That's why I'm telling you. But please don't tell anyone else. Yes, I only know that my master was already more than 100 years old 5 years ago. I don't know anything else. Moreover, all my abilities were given to me by my master. He never stayed in one place for a long time, but because he predicted that he didn't have much time left, he took me in as his disciple here. Then, he stayed for 5 years, and then he wandered again. He said something about going to the place where the sun sets. Buzz. Li Yuan's mind couldn't help but feel numb. More than 100 years old? Moreover, he could predict life and death. Could he be an immortal? Could it be that your master is an immortal? Who said so? If only he was an immortal, he wouldn't have to seek death. This is the effect of this bone-strengthening powder. Zhang Feng knew that he couldn't talk about this anymore. He could only quickly put all the blame on the bone-strengthening powder. Anyway, this bone-strengthening powder had already been bragged by him. Moreover, this thing could really replenish protein and amino acids if one ate a lot of it. Although he exaggerated a bit, it could still strengthen the body. It was still possible. As long as it was properly maintained, it wouldn't be a problem to live for hundreds of years. However, at this time, the heat in Li Yuan's eyes was slowly extinguished. He knew about the bone-strengthening powder. Moreover, the effect was really not for show. If he ate it often, it would really not be a problem to live to 100 years old. Sigh. This old man was wondering if I could meet your master. Since you're so capable, I'm sure your master must be stronger than you. Isn't that so? If the person who can be my, Zhang Feng's, teacher doesn't have a little ability, I don't want him. Li Yuan curled his lips. Don't just brag every day. By the way, how much of your master's inheritance did you get about your control of the world situation and military matters? This was what Li Yuan was most concerned about. Zhang Feng's magical things. With an oil lamp, he could solve the problem of table salt. With a small piece of paper, he could make all the money belong to the imperial court. Moreover, he had the means to deal with the Tubo Turks and the Guanlong group. He even had the iron boat, iron car, and so on. Which one of them was not shocking? Were all these things passed down to him by his master? He, Li Yuan, didn't believe it. Zhang Feng thought for a while. He wanted to say 100%, but after thinking about it, he finally said a number that was difficult to bear. I'm guessing that there's about a 70% chance. Chapter 421. Zhang Feng's answer obviously didn't satisfy Li Yuan. But what could he say? He couldn't possibly arrest him and torture him to extort a confession, right? However, thinking about it, everything Zhang Feng did was done in the most down-to-earth way. Obviously, it was reasonable for him to be able to do it to this extent. Li Yuan couldn't help but have the impulse to test Zhang Feng's talent. He took a sip of wine, looked at the iron wine pot in Zhang Feng's hand, and asked, "Boy, what do you think of the Tang dynasty? If a barbarian merchant or a barbarian girl you like very much invites you to go to their place, will you go?" "Go? I'll go to his grandpa. Can people live in the place where the bearded man lives? His body odor can make people faint. If he invites me to go, I'll King kill him." "You're still telling me to go to the barbarians?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. And when Li Yuan heard that, only then did he laugh out loud. "Boy, are you anxious? Didn't I just say it out loud? By the way, you haven't said it yet. What do you think of the Tang dynasty? Is there anything that needs to be improved? Change? It's good now. If you want to change it, it's not up to us. By the way, old master, I finally know why Lao Li and the others like to ask these things that can easily cause them to lose their heads." Li Yuan smiled slightly. "What? It turns out that it's all inherited from you. This thing can't be said carelessly. It's okay. Aren't we drinking? And it's so late at night. Who will eavesdrop?" Li Yuan said indifferently. He knew that the outside had long been surrounded by the Jianghu guards and Yuqi Gong's army. Even a bird would have a hard time flying in, let alone eavesdropping. As long as he could get within 10 feet of the small tavern, he would die. "Tell me, I'm old. I'm always worried about this country and this industry that can be passed down to my descendants. What if one day the color changes, won't it be over? The things that I worked so hard to create are all gone." "No way." Zhang Feng shook his head firmly. "Why?" Li Yuan became interested. "The Tang dynasty will definitely become the #1 empire throughout the ages with the presence of an emperor who humiliated himself by killing his white horse by the Wei River." "You're that sure?" Li Yuan was deeply shocked. Although he had heard about this from Zhang Sun, Wu Go, and Li Shimin, he couldn't help but get excited when he heard Zhang Feng talk about it. The Emperor of the Ages. Even Qin Shi Huang, who unified the 6 states, and Emperor Wu of Han, who founded the Great Han Dynasty, were not recorded in any historical records. Neither were Zhang Feng given the title of Eternal Emperor. However, his son actually received this title? But thinking about all the things during this period of time, Li Yuan really had a trace of fervent expectation. Could it be that he could really become the Emperor of the Ages? Could the Tang dynasty, which he created single-handedly, really become the #1 empire throughout the ages? Li Yuan took a deep breath. He calmed down the huge waves in his heart. Boy, I'm really curious. Especially after knowing everything about you from my daughter-in-law and son, I really don't believe that there can be such a person in this world. But today, I believe it. It's not because you flatter well, but because of an intuition. Then I'm indebted to the old man's love. Come, let's have a toast for this. Okay. Ha ha ha. A bowl of wine went down his stomach. Li Yuan's mood finally calmed down. At this time, after calming down, Li Yuan felt more and more that Zhang Feng was unfathomable. He asked in a deep voice, "Boy, do you think this flourishing age is still far away? As long as the Guanlong group is eliminated, and His Majesty continues to run everything now, on the premise that there are no rats of those princes, then the Tang dynasty will become prosperous and glorious within 3 years. Are you so sure?" So sure. How could Zhang Feng not be sure? She didn't know where the emperor got his ability from. He was actually able to come up with the exact same thing that she had thought of the day after she had thought of it. Moreover, with those people around him, if he could not bring the Tang dynasty into a flourishing age in the current situation, then he really would not be the emperor of the ages. Moreover, as long as he entered the court, as long as he took out the things he had already prepared, it would also push the Tang dynasty forward in a short time. Moreover, it would also make the Tang dynasty go further. It was even possible to make the whole world become the territory of the Tang dynasty. Not to mention, whether he appeared or not and added fuel to the fire, the Tang dynasty would also enter a flourishing age after 7 years of Zhongguan. This was all destined, and no one could change it. Li Yuan looked at Zhang Feng's serious expression and could not help but ask subconsciously, "Boy, you only talked about His Majesty. What do you think of the retired emperor?" Chapter 422. As soon as he asked this, Li Yuan's heart couldn't help but tighten. He looked at Zhang Feng, who was deep in thought, with a burning light in his turbid eyes. He didn't know how Zhang Feng would evaluate him, but he was very curious. At this moment, Zhang Feng had really asked him the right question. "You mean the retired emperor?" "Yes." "Tell me about it." Zhang Feng couldn't help but say with a wry smile, "Can I not say it?" Li Yuan couldn't do it at once. "You. Aren't we just joking? You see, I'm old, and I'm a little nostalgic. If it weren't for the retired emperor who fought for the Tang dynasty for us, who knows what kind of suffering we would still be suffering now." "You're right." Zhang Feng nodded in agreement. Speaking of the retired emperor, other than the fact that he was a little unfair to the emperor and caused that incident, he did everything else very well. You see, it starts from the army in Taiyuan. If the retired emperor didn't raise the army in Taiyuan, he swept away the turmoil and all the rebellions in one fell swoop, which laid the foundation for the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. If it weren't for the retired emperor's action, as well as his military and political efforts to turn the tide, who knows what would have happened at this time. Zhang Feng didn't know what to say. At this time, he always felt strange talking about Li Yuan. However, this old man was obviously also a person who valued friendship and was also a person who cherished old friendships. Only then did Zhang Feng search his intestines and stomach and recall all of Li Yuan's deeds from his memories. But this was already the limit. But Li Yuan was obviously not satisfied. He asked in astonishment, "And then? That's it?" "There's more. If you want to talk about the retired emperor, you have to start from when he raised the army in Taiyuan. All the armies before were under the government army system, but when the retired emperor started from Taiyuan, the government army system separated the right to train the army and the right to lead the army to prevent the generals from holding the army for themselves and fighting against the central government. The prefectural army system is built on the basis of the equal field system. It's a system where soldiers and farmers are integrated into one. Soldiers usually produce at home and go to war in times of war. That's why they're so awesome in military matters. As for the imperial examination system, although it began in the Sui dynasty, it was precisely because of this that the Guanlong group was enraged. But even in this predicament, the old master was still able to make Guanlong compromise. I don't know what he went through, but in short, old master, if you look at the great Tang, if not for the retired emperor, would the current emperor be able to do so well? This is all thanks to the retired emperor's good foundation. After saying up to here, Li Yuan's expression finally eased up. He was satisfied. In the end, Zhang Feng added another sentence. In short, old master, you only need to remember one thing. If it wasn't for him, where would the emperor come from? Everything that the emperor is doing now is all because of the retired emperor's teachings. Not bad, not bad. The retired emperor taught me well. Come on, kid, let's drink. Let's not drink. Old master, you just said about the villa. We have to keep our word. Hearing that, Li Yuan put down the wine bowl he had raised. He glanced at Zhang Feng and said faintly, Kid, you can't do this. You're playing with the old man. You actually took it seriously? You can't not take it seriously. You've already said it. How can you take it back when you've already spilled it? Alas. I'm still planning to do that. You're already like this. Isn't it meaningless? Zhang Feng really missed that house. Anyway, it would be a waste if he didn't take it. He won it with his own ability. This was his thing. Who asked you to trick me first? If you didn't make fun of me, would I be like this? For this house, the two of them, one old and one young, fought until their faces turned red. In the end, there was no way. Zhang Feng could only take out his trump card. Old master, I won't bully you. Let's bet again. No way. You're very deceitful. Li Yuan immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. Then how about this? Let's decide the winner in one round. If I lose, I'll give you that jar of alcohol. If I win, hee, old master, we have to agree. That house of yours. Then how about this? Let's guess the size. That fight the landlord won't do. You're a smart kid. The old man admits that he's inferior. Okay. It's a deal? That's a must. Seeing that, Zhang Feng rubbed his hands excitedly. Although Li Yuan had signed the words and even signed it, what if this old kid went back on his word? Therefore, he had to make the old master accept his loss wholeheartedly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun at that time. The best way was to guess the face of the poker cards and then decide the winner in one round. In this way, no one would know the size of the points. However, among them, Zhang Feng had the most to gain. These cards were all made by him. How could he not take advantage? When the two of them started gambling again, outside the door, Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong's jaws were about to drop. This was the guest house that the emperor built for the retired emperor. It was gone on the gambling table so carelessly. Old Cheng, what should we do about this? This grandson is really a good-for-nothing. Why don't I go in and beat this kid up, and you bring the retired emperor back to the palace? No, Fengzi is serious. This kid has fallen into the eyes of money. This is difficult. Why don't you watch here, and I'll quickly return to the palace to report to the emperor. Okay, go quickly and return quickly. Chapter 423. In Taiji Palace. It was rare for Li Shimin to enjoy a song. He chatted with Zhangsun, Empress Li Qingqian, and the others. How comfortable was that? Now, the locust plague was certain. Moreover, the food that had been hoarded and dug out from Tubo by various means made Li Shimin a little worried. There were too many. However, just a few days ago, the Turks finally could not sit still. Ever since Cheng Yaojin's trip to Longyu, although the war between the Turks had not yet ended, the number of Turks bringing their cattle and sheep to trade for food had increased by the day. Moreover, on the first day, the trade volume reached 3,000 horses and tens of thousands of cows. As for sheep, there was no need to mention it. There were so many that he couldn't even count them all. However, this also became a sore point for Li Shimin. Fortunately, it was not troublesome to officially put the feed factory into operation. According to the list given by Zhang Feng, they only needed to grind the locusts into powder, even if they were alive. Then, they needed to tie the fodder into small pieces and soak it in water for a night. Each cow and horse only needed 30 caddies of fodder a day. Moreover, the cows and horses ate so much that it was as if they were in heat. This scene made Li Shimin and the officials see a business opportunity again. Locusts were now in high demand. If you were not rich, then you were not worthy of buying locusts. This time, the people were happy. Originally, the purchase price of a caddy of locusts was 3 to 5 copper coins, but now it was not. If you did not have 5 copper coins, you were not worthy of seeing the shadow of locusts. Now, the people of the Tang dynasty were also crazy. Regardless of whether they were men, women, old, or young, as long as they went out, their eyes narrowed into slits. Why? To find locusts. The withered grass and leaves were all rotten. They could not wait to dig out the bluestone tiles on Chang'an Street and inspect them. The beams of the houses, even the sides of the latrines, as long as they could find locusts, were full of people. Now, the chicken and duck army were miserable. In the beginning, they were all valiant and high-spirited, but now? He was so hungry that he didn't even have the strength to walk. He squatted by the corner of the wall and dug for food. There were even people squatting beside the chickens and ducks, watching them. How could such a scene not make Li Shimin feel gratified? As the people's wallets became bigger, their spending standards naturally increased as well. Things that they usually only dared to look at but did not dare to buy were now easily bought with a wave of their hand. Buy. How could he not be happy? Hee. Ha ha ha. All right. Li Shimin looked at the singer's performance and couldn't help but giggle. Zhang Sun and Wu Go were speechless. You're still laughing? This concubine really doesn't understand. Why did you bring back all those cows, horses, and sheep? We are full now, but we don't have any money left to serve those things. Imperial Mother, you have wronged Imperial Father in this matter. Li Qingxian shook his head in silence. Li Shimin's eyes couldn't help but light up. Qingxian, you have learned a lot from Brother Zhang Feng in this period of time. Then tell me, if it were you, how would you deal with these cows and sheep? Imperial Father. Li Qingxian heard this and cupped his fists. After pondering for a while, he said, if this matter were to happen to Zhang Feng, he would definitely find someone to take the blame for it. Just like everything before, he is too lazy. But now, if we think about it from another perspective, these cows, sheep, and warhorses are indeed a disadvantage, but they are also a huge advantage. While speaking, Li Shimin waved his hand and dismissed all the singers. Li Qingxian also stood up and bowed in front of Li Shimin, saying, the first advantage is that we can't afford these cows and sheep, no matter how much we can't afford it. In the long run, it will definitely drag us down. But Imperial Father, you have forgotten that we have so many people. I have investigated before. Now, even among the people of Chang'an City, less than 1 in 10 people can own cows and sheep. This is partly because they can't afford cows and sheep. Secondly, it is because these things are scarce and in demand. But now it is different. We just need to follow Brother Zhang Feng's method and lend them all these cows and sheep. How about that? Zhang Sun and Wu Go speechlessly glared at Li Qingxian when they heard this. These cows and sheep are living things. How can they be lent? Ha ha ha, Maid Guanyin, don't be angry. Listen to Qingxian's method first. Li Shimin actually already thought of it when Li Qingxian mentioned the people. But now, he also wanted to hear Li Qingxian's opinion. After all, he had been in contact with Zhang Feng for so long. If he didn't learn anything, it was obviously impossible. Hearing this, Li Qingxian said, "Father Emperor, Mother Empress, this borrowing method is like this. Each family can receive 2 cows, 1 male and 1 female. However, they need to report to the government and pay a deposit of 5 taels of silver. At this time, won't this show the usefulness of the cooperative? If you only receive 1 cow, you only need to pay 1 tael of silver." Zhang Sun and Wu Go frowned and asked, "In that case, isn't it a business?" Li Qingxian shook his head and said with a smile, "Imperial Mother, I haven't finished yet. And the most important point is that no matter how many cubs these cows and sheep produce in a year, the government won't ask. They only need to return the rented cows on time." Hearing this, Empress Jiangsuan's face suddenly changed. "What did you say?" Chapter 424. It wasn't that Zhangsun Wugo didn't know about the situation of the people of the Tang dynasty. If it was a normal day, this wouldn't be a problem. However, the most important problem now was that the locust plague had just ended. Everywhere was barren. What should they do? What should they eat? Sew up their mouths? Although what you said is good, think about it. This problem has been shared, but have you thought about the people? How do you want them to solve this problem? Mother Guanyin maid, Qingxian, we were also thinking about this matter. Qingxian is right. If these millions of cows and sheep are gathered together, it will indeed be a big problem. However, if they are scattered, then it won't be a problem. Li Shimin looked at Li Qingxian with admiration. Then, we will leave this matter to you for now. As for how you do it, we don't care. We only want to know the final result. Yes, your son obeys your majesty. All right. Come, let's drink. The wine made by Zhang Feng can't be replicated even by the most skilled winemaker we found. Who knows what's in that kid's head? You're still talking about wine? You should think about how to deal with those officials in the morning court tomorrow. Last time, it was you who stayed out all night. Now, it's the retired emperor. I really don't know what's in that head of yours. Don't laugh. Don't think I don't know what happened between you and Cheng Chumo and those bastards outside. Li Qingxian, who was covering his mouth and laughing, was instantly scolded by Zhangsun Wugo. Only then did he calm down. Actually, Zhangsun Wugo wasn't wrong. He didn't know what kind of magic Feng Zi had that made his imperial father and the retired emperor and so many people surround him. However, when he thought of Zhang Feng's eloquent and unpredictable way of doing things, Li Qingxian couldn't help but yearn for him. Report. Lu Guogong requests an audience. At this moment, Xiao Gizi hurriedly entered Taiji Palace to report. Pass. Li Shimin frowned slightly. How dare he talk about Zhang Feng? Did he really bring up Zhang Feng's matter? Could it be that something had happened to the retired emperor? Thinking of this, how could Li Shimin still be in the mood to drink? This old subject greets your majesty, empress, and crown prince. Rise. Old Black, what are you doing here instead of protecting the retired emperor in the small tavern? Li Shimin pretended to be angry. Cheng Yaojin was instantly displeased when he heard that. Replying, Your Majesty, something big has happened. This old official knew that he did not dare to make a decision, so he hurried back without stopping. I didn't even have time to eat. Oh? Li Shimin's eyelids twitched. What is it? I don't know where that kid Zhang Feng got his hands on something called poker, you just reported this matter. Talk about something else. Li Shimin waved his hand and interrupted Cheng Yaojin. Your Majesty, that kid actually won the villa that you built for the retired emperor. Empress Zhangsun and Li Shimin were shocked when they heard that. What did you say? Say it again. That kid Zhang Feng used that poker to win the villa that you built for the retired emperor. Zhangsun felt dizzy when she heard that and collapsed on the soft couch. Old Black, tell me the details. How did this happen? Also, How did he know about this villa? Something had happened. Something big had happened. This villa was built for Li Yuan at the most critical time when they tightened their belts. Although it could not be compared to the Imperial Palace, it was no less luxurious than the Imperial Palace, especially the Taiji Palace's villa. He, lost to that kid Zhang Feng just like that? This was originally something that was built under the pressure of all the civil and military officials in the imperial court. It was prepared to ease the relationship between the father and son after the birthday. It was originally told to Li Yuan during the Dragon Boat Festival so that he could be greatly pleased by the emperor. This was a villa that Li Yuan did not even have time to take a look at, and it changed owners just like that? Zhang Sun and Wu Go could not help but be furious. For this thing, they even tried to save as much as possible on their daily meals. And now? In a word, it was gone. Your Majesty, it's like this. This kid lost to the retired emperor in chess. He lost miserably. The retired emperor took a fancy to one of his things. However, this kid was very stingy and only made this thing. In the end, he even pulled this old official to play with it. In the beginning, he didn't lose much. But who is the retired emperor? Can he admit defeat? In a fit of jealousy, he placed a bet on this villa. In the end, originally, it could have passed by vaguely. But in the end, when this old official came back, the two of them actually started playing again. As a result, this old official hurriedly came back to report to the emperor. This Biayuan is estimated to have changed owners now. Then what's the use of saying it now? Empress Zhangsun was anxious. Your Majesty, Chengqian, quickly go and take a look. It's best if you can bring the retired emperor back. If this goes on, this is improper. Chapter 425. Li Shimin was also at a loss. Although Zhang Sun and Wu Go kept talking about Zhang Feng. However, Li Shimin knew that with his father's temper, he was really capable of doing this. Moreover, he was used to being extravagant. What use would it be for him to go now? Take back the estate from Zhang Feng and his brother? He couldn't afford to lose face like that. Moreover, he wouldn't hesitate to give anything else, let alone a private estate. Compared to a villa, the favor that Zhang Feng had bestowed upon him was something that even a horse could not compare to. Don't worry, Empress. We will go now. Little Gizi, quickly prepare a sedan. As he spoke, Li Shimin followed Cheng Yaojin into the darkness. Behind them, Wei Shuyu glanced at Li Shimin before disappearing into the night as well, following closely behind him. At the same time, outside the tavern, Yu Qigong was infuriated. He was so angry that he wanted nothing more than to skin Zhang Feng alive. This grandson not only won the estate, but also the Emperor Emeritus. You have nothing better to do, so what's the point of being angry with a brat like him? This is great. Not only did he lose the estate, but he also wrote countless promissory notes on the table. Seeing Zhang Feng pick up the promissory notes and kiss them from time to time drove Yu Qigong crazy. He simply stopped looking. He squatted at the door, his chest heaving up and down in anger. Grandson, you're a freaking grandson. You son of a bitch. As Yu Qigong cursed, a Jinwu guard disguised as a commoner ran over from afar. Report. His Majesty is here. The guard whispered into Yu Qigong's ear. In the next moment, Yu Qigong hurriedly got up and went to greet the emperor as if he had met his pillar of support. Yu Qigong exploded at the sight of Li Shimin. Li Shimin was speechless as he waved his hand. All right, I know about this matter. You can leave first. As he spoke, the dignified expression on Li Shimin's face vanished completely. When he looked at the small tavern's leaky door, his entire aura suddenly became ordinary. Brother Zhang Feng, it's already so late, what are you still doing here? As soon as they entered, Li Shimin stopped them with one foot on the bench and one hand raised high. He even shouted that Zhang Feng had won. Zhang Feng was interrupted. He waved his hand and said, Lao Li, wait a moment. We'll talk about it after I win this round. Old man, look carefully. This is the 9th song in your hand. You lost. Li Yuan saw that Li Shimin had come. He instantly became flustered and exasperated. This round doesn't count. Old man can't see clearly. Isn't the one you're holding a 3? Are you trying to bully this old man? Hey! Fine. Zhang Feng admitted defeat. His son was already here. If this round doesn't count, then so be it. Anyway, he had already won a lot. He didn't lack these 10 taels of silver. Seeing the two of them stop, Li Shimin stepped forward and bowed to Li Yuan. Father, it's already late. Shall we go back? No, no, no. Old man won't go back. This small tavern is very comfortable. Moreover, old man believes that he has already grasped the essence of this poker game. In 3 days' time, no matter how this kid won, he will have to return everything to old man. Moreover, old man still has to win his crotch cloth. Li Shimin's eyes widened when he heard this. What do you want his crotch cloth for? What for? You ask this grandson about the good things he did. Li Yuan glared at Zhang Feng when he heard this. Zhang Feng also couldn't take it anymore. Old man, we have to speak with conscience. Let's talk about this first. Kid, I won against you based on my ability. Moreover, how can this thing go wrong? You lost. Are you still going to act shamelessly? Li Shimin's head hurt when he heard this. It was obvious that the two of them were drunk. He hurriedly comforted them. All right. Both of you speak less. As he spoke, he kept winking at Zhang Feng. Father, don't worry about this lost thing. I'll get it back for you, okay? Not good. Li Yuan opened his clothes and fanned himself with all his might. He looked at Zhang Feng and gnashed his teeth. This kid is not honest. He doesn't know how to respect his elders at all. He clearly knows that it's the old man's first time playing this thing. He still plays so big with old man, father. You go back first. Go back to the sedan chair first. How about I teach him a lesson for you later? I'm not going back. What's so good about home? Apart from the house being a little bigger, apart from those guys being yes men, old man is really tired of living here. This place is great. This kid is a shrewd person. Old man has to live here and keep an eye on him, lest he goes out to harm people. Zhang Feng couldn't take it anymore. Why did this old guy pester him endlessly just because his son came? However, although this guy was a little difficult to deal with after getting drunk, and even made him so angry that he wanted to hit him, Zhang Feng was also attracted by Li Yuan's erudition. In these 2 days, whether it was from the military, politics, or the situation of the surrounding countries, he could talk to Zhang Feng about it. This Motherf Kerr was not like a businessman at all. Brother Zhang Feng, can you talk less? Lao Li, I beg you. Chapter 426. This, old hey, am I *king dreaming? Is this still the emperor? The retired emperor? Yu Qigong's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Would the retired emperor argue with him for so long just for a villa? Moreover, he was just a kid from the marketplace. Was this necessary? And wasn't the emperor here as well? Why did he use the word beg? Was Lao Tzu drunk? Or what? Cheng Yaojin patted Yu Qigong's shoulder. Big fool, let's not get involved in this matter. If you let go of your bad temper and your rules, you'll find that you'll be the same as the retired emperor, and even the crown prince. This is something that no one can imagine. Although you can see that they're red in the face now and can't wait to kill each other, I'll bet you that tomorrow morning, these 3 will definitely put their arms around each other's shoulders. Do you believe it? Yuchi Gong was completely confused. What was going on? Even Cheng Yaojin was like this now. He couldn't help but wave at Wei Shuyu and say, "Wei boy, come here." Okay. Wei Shuyu shrunk his neck and appeared in front of Yuchi Gong with a smile on his face. It wasn't that he wanted to, but that he didn't dare to. If he made Yuchi Gong unhappy in the slightest, this guy would beat him up regardless of the occasion. He didn't want to lose face in front of Zhang Feng. "Boy, let me ask you, what's going on? You've been with the emperor for so long, what's going on?" "That's it?" Wei Shuyu glanced at the small tavern. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger that made his heart palpitate. He hurriedly said, "Uncle Yuchi, don't worry about this matter. Just do your job well. I'll tell you a secret." While talking, Wei Shuyu looked around and then said, "The emperor, the duke, and the crown prince all call Zhang Feng brothers. You should understand this, right?" Calling each other brothers, Yuchi Gong's expression froze. He couldn't help but be shocked. To be able to make the emperor and those dukes call him brother, who exactly was he? Yuchi Gong's expression couldn't help but change. No wonder Cheng Yaojin was always so secretive when he spoke, and the retired emperor was also so strange today. No wonder, no wonder. Motherf ***, are you saying that the crown prince, you, and those other brats are brothers with this Zhang Feng brat? And Hook, Chu Mo, and Chong Zi? Could it be that the commotion in Swallow Descent Tower was caused by them? Yuchi Gong suddenly thought of something and asked. Wei Shuyu nodded with a look of longing. Being a servant by the emperor's side, everything was good, but he couldn't be as carefree as those bastards. No, he had to find a time to let Qingxian talk about it. At the very least, he had to move to another place. Otherwise, the assassination that brother Zhang Feng talked about before would have no meaning at all. But Du Dabing and Qingxian had obtained some division table, acting pretentious in front of him all day long. He couldn't help but be anxious. But now it seemed that he had to wait until this matter was over. And at this time, in the small tavern, Li Yuan and Zhang Feng quarreled for a while in a fit of pique. After losing, he rushed into the room that Zhang Feng spoke of with a murderous look on his face. Finally, he said something. "Today, I'll leave my words here. No matter who comes, it won't work. I'm not leaving. I see that the house next to this brat is not bad. Tomorrow, find someone to renovate it for me. I'm going to stay here. I'm not going back." Hearing this, everyone's face changed in fright. But Li Yuan didn't give anyone a chance to speak. He closed the door with a bang. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. "Brother Zhang Feng, my father's temper is a bit like that. I hope you can be more tolerant." Li Shimin rubbed his hands and said as he sat in the seat that Li Yuan had just sat in. Zhang Feng waved his hand. He pushed the IOU on the table in front of Li Shimin and said, "It's okay. Aren't we brothers? I also know that there is a gap between you and the old man. But you have to remember that the old man is getting older, but his temperament is getting more and more like a child. The old man doesn't lack anything now. The only thing he lacks is to be valued and paid attention to. To put it bluntly, he's lonely. So don't look at how he quarreled with me. You also saw that he's still here." "Why? Why?" Li Shimin's face was solemn. "Because he's lonely. I don't know what's wrong with you, Lao Li. You're obviously under the same roof. Why are you so busy? It's reasonable to say that now is the time to enjoy life with children and grandchildren around your knees. Why do you let your father do this at home?" What Zhang Feng said made Li Shimin feel a burst of guilt. But what could he say? He couldn't say anything. "Brother Zhang Feng, I also have my difficulties. The old man has indeed done a lot for the family these years. I also want to be filial. But you also know that I just untied the knot in my heart with him. So I can't disobey him. So, I didn't come here today for that villa. If you want it, I can give you 10 or even 100 villas. But the point is, if you don't go back, you'll make a big deal out of it. So, Brother Zhang Feng, you have to think of a way for me to let the old man go back with me? Chapter 427. The retired emperor had to go back. Although the retired emperor did seem to be in a good mood, this was not a place where he could stay for long. If others found out about this, then, the people in the imperial court would definitely overturn the heavens, especially those who supported the retired emperor. Brother Zhang Feng, you have to think of a way. You know that although the old master is no longer in charge of the family, as the saying goes, having an old man in the family is like having a treasure. If the old master doesn't go back, everyone in the family will be in a state of panic. They will definitely say that I have mistreated the old master and made him unable to stay. If that's the case, I won't be able to live anymore. This, Lao Li, don't be anxious. Let me think about it for you. Zhang Feng frowned slightly. Although whether the old master would go or not had little to do with him, it was true that it was not a good idea for the old master to stay at his place forever. Moreover, if the old master were to stay here for a long time, his treasures, especially the diamonds and other things that he would give to his wife in the future, would be remembered by him. That would not do. Especially that pair of sunglasses. The old master could not find out about this. Otherwise, it would be difficult to handle. Well, let me think. Do you want to bring the old master back tonight or what? It's best if he can go back tonight. Otherwise, I won't be able to get through tomorrow morning. When Zhang Feng heard this, he frowned again. The old master was going back. Going back at this time? That was definitely impossible. The old master must have been bored out of his wits at home. It was not easy for him to come out. How could he go back so soon? However, it would not make sense if he did not go back. What if the old master was sent away? That would be hard to explain. What should he do? He thought about it. In the end, Zhang Feng's gaze fell on the poker cards again. He suddenly thought of an idea. Lao Li, you have a lot of connections. Find a skilled person to make a deck of poker cards, just like this one. The thinner the material, the better, and it has to be durable and resistant to falling. At the very least, it has to be something that doesn't break easily. As long as you can make it tonight, or if you promise to send it to the old man tomorrow morning, I can guarantee that he will go home with you tonight. Hearing this, Li Shimin asked, is what you said true? Why would I lie to you? But now it's up to you. If you can do it, I'll tell the old man now. What do you think? Li Shimin didn't agree to Zhang Feng's request. Instead, he flipped the cards one by one. Although he really wanted to ask Zhang Feng what kind of magic this thing had, now was obviously not the time. The material of this thing was just a few pieces of paper. It was made in a hurry, and now it couldn't be any worse. At this time, what should he do? What should he use? Li Shimin couldn't help but look at the words on the wall. After a while, Li Shimin's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. He slammed the table and said, "Okay, I can do this tonight. Are you sure you can persuade the old man to go home? As long as you can do this, the old man will definitely go home. Last night, the old man treated my place like a hotel. He slept naked in the lobby. If someone woke up early to see this, they would think that I was doing something. He even made a pink canopy. What kind of scandal is this? You can take it, but I can't. Okay, wait here. I'll go find the old man now." As he spoke, Zhang Feng got up and went into the bedroom. Li Shimin collected all the cards on the table. He waved his hand and Wei Shuyu hurriedly appeared. "Now, go to the Ministry of Works immediately. Remember what Zhang Feng said just now, right? According to what Zhang Feng said, before dawn tomorrow, I want to see this thing in front of the bed. If I can't see it, let the people from the Ministry of Works receive 50 floggings, including you. Yes. Wei Shuyu hurriedly took the cards and hurried away. How could he not run faster? It was 50 floggings. If he were to be flogged like this, not to mention walking, he would probably have to give up his descendants. But if those people from the Ministry of Works knew, wouldn't they be envious? Would those old foxes from the Ministry of Works be able to endure 50 floggings? That would be a strange thing. He estimated that after 30 floggings, everyone would have to return to heaven. Wei Shuyu had just left when Zhang Feng and Li Yuan walked out of the bedroom with a chuckle. Are you sure that I can see that new type of poker tomorrow morning? This was what Li Yuan said to Li Shimin. Li Shimin nodded. Father, don't worry. This time, I guarantee that this thing will be better than the one made by brother Zhang Feng. Tomorrow, I just happen to want to ask you how to play this poker. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. You're thinking the same thing as old man. We father and son haven't played together for a long time. Go, 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 let's go back. Tomorrow morning, old man will teach you how to play this thing. Let me tell you, this thing is very interesting. Although this thing is a child's toy, it requires a lot of brain power. Calculating the opponent's cards, there are many paths in this. Old man also hasn't taught you how to play for a long time. Just right, tomorrow, call your daughter-in-law, call Qian, our family of 4 can sit at the same table. While talking, the two of them walked out of the tavern with their arms around each other's shoulders. But Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Hey, Lao Li, don't go yet. That blockhead broke Lao Tzu's door. You have to let him fix it for me tonight. Chapter 428. In the end, Li Yuan left. But all of a sudden, the palace became lively. In less than a night's time, more than 100 people from the Ministry of Works were all mobilized. Under the red-eyed Wei Shuyu's supervision, they used the method of painting and framing to make 3 new sets of cards in 6 hours. One set was naturally put into Wei Shuyu's pocket. The other 2 were exquisitely made and even smeared with gold powder to make the back of the cards bright and clean. Naturally, they were given to the emperor and the retired emperor. Li Yuan did not return to his palace. Instead, he stayed in Taiji Palace. The next morning, Li Yuan got up early. As soon as he got up, he saw Wei Shuyu squatting at the door and dozing off. Li Yuan kicked Wei Shuyu over, only then did he wake him up. Wei boy, you're from Wei Zheng's family, right? Wei Shuyu greets the retired emperor. How could Wei Shuyu dare to be rash? Moreover, it was in front of the unpredictable retired emperor. He answered Li Yuan's question in full detail. Li Yuan drank the bone-strengthening powder while enjoying the palace maid serving him to change clothes and wash up. Then he asked, "Is the poker done?" Answering the retired emperor, "It's done." As he spoke, he respectfully handed over the most exquisite and majestic set of cards to Li Yuan with both hands. Li Yuan looked at the cards and his eyes lit up. This thing can also be made like this? If it were not for the fact that it did not look like it was made of gold, he would almost think it was made of gold. Who made this? Answering the retired emperor, this was made by the emperor and the people from the Ministry of Works after staying up all night. They made a total of 2 sets. This set of yours is the only one in the world. Good. Ha ha ha, the emperor is considerate. You're also not bad. Come, reward. But he forgot that this was not his palace, but Li Shimin's Taiji palace. Seeing that the palace maids were a little confused, he remembered. He fumbled around his body and took out a banknote and handed it to Wei Shuyu. Let's go and see the emperor. Li Yuan did not wait for the palace maids to tie up his hair crown. He hurriedly followed Wei Shuyu out the door. He could not wait. He suffered a loss at Zhang Feng's place. At this time, could he not recover the loss from the emperor's family? He would not take this loss lying down. When Li Yuan came to Li Shimin's study, he saw that the living room in front of Li Shimon's bedroom in Taiji Palace was filled with a table of delicacies. But as soon as Li Yuan saw the things on the table, instantly, he felt like vomiting. After eating Zhang Feng's cooking for 2 days, he really couldn't get used to the food in the palace. Your son, daughter-in-law, and grandson welcome retired emperor. Get up. I'm not eating. I don't have an appetite. Besides, you've been with that kid for so long. Why don't you bring a chef with you to learn cooking from him? Can you even swallow these things after eating them all day long? This, Li Shimon's face stiffened. He really hadn't thought of this before. But now that he mentioned it, he really couldn't eat the previous delicacies on the table. Father, you're right. Next time, your son will talk to brother Zhang Feng about this matter. At least give father a chef. That's fine. Come. Our family hasn't been together for a long time. Let's play together with this kid's poker cards. While talking, the 4 people entered the pavilion in the middle of the lake, which was already filled with aromatherapy and palace singers faintly playing music in the lake. In the morning, it wasn't hot. It was a little cool in the gentle breeze. The 4 people sat separately. Li Yuan couldn't wait to explain the rules to the 3 people. Li Qingqian had already gone to find Zhang Feng last night to ask about the card skills. Li Shimon had also basically mastered the card skills last night with Empress Zhangsun and Cheng Yaojin's guidance. Looking at the poker cards on the table, although they were gilded, they obviously couldn't be compared with his high-end and classy cards. The smile on Li Yuan's face became even more brilliant. This card, no, use mine. You, Wei kid, take my card. Li Shimon and Empress Zhangsun looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Feng, this kid, was really worrisome. He had tricked them all. As expected. After losing 3 rounds of cards, Li Shimon couldn't take it anymore. He was also anxious. He also took out his real skills. Sure enough, once Li Shimon was serious, Li Yuan really couldn't win so easily. But basically, he wouldn't win every round. It was just a matter of time and the danger in it. Just like that. The 4 people played from 7 to 5 and still didn't have the intention to get up. However, Empress Zhangsun couldn't sit for a long time. She could only summon Cheng Yaojin and Wei Zheng and others to play. And Li Yuan was like a local rich man. On the ground behind him, there were already piles of gold bars. They played from 5 to 5 and still didn't have the intention to stop. After eating and pausing for a while, they basically solved all the problems in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The gong sounded at midnight. Zhang Sun looked at the shouts in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, as well as the shouts and curses. She couldn't help but shake her head in distress. Alas, these days. Chapter 429. After Li Yuan returned to the palace, the entire harem was in a mess. A kind of poker game instantly became popular in the palace. In the Ministry of Agriculture. At this time, Fang Xuanling's face was full of worry. Although the patient had passed and the results were very remarkable, he still needed to eat after all. The grain farmers of the Tang dynasty were basically wiped out in this locust plague. The wheat and corn in the fields were piled up in piles, and even some of them were sticking out. These things were originally fine grains, but now they had become things that even cows and horses despised. So far this year, it was a harvest season, but the statistics of the Ministry of Agriculture made Fang Xianling tremble all over. The total harvest of Longyu was 0. What did this mean? In Jiangnan province, the western part of Hunan province, and other places, as long as the farmers close to Tubo went there, they had no harvest at all. This horrible thing made Fang Xianling panic in an instant. And it was something that they didn't dare to announce to the public. Once this matter was announced, it would definitely put the Tang dynasty in a crisis in a short time, not to mention that there were 3 fierce tigers around the Tang dynasty eyeing covetously. In the west inner court where the Ministry of Works was located, all the ministers looked at the documents in their hands and were a little scared. Lord Feng, should we report this matter to the Emperor now? We can't suppress this matter even if we want to. Although the Great Tang's grain reserves are enough to ensure that the Great Tang doesn't fall into starvation this year and even have a surplus, and if we transfer the grain from the south to the north and the west, and the 5 million dan of grain reserves that the various provinces and prefectures have, we should be able to last until next year's harvest, but in this way, we have to reduce the grain exports as much as possible. Feng Xianling stroked his beard and asked with a frown, how much should we reduce it to? Half. Half. Now, the key to maintaining the relationship and carrying out the family extinction plan was grain. At that time, if the grain exports were reduced by half in an instant, the surrounding countries would instantly notice something. What should he do? The Turks' plan had only just begun, and they had yet to start exchanging warhorses for food. If they were to do this, these people would immediately notice. Go. Follow me to the grain fields outside Chang'an City to see the specific situation. In the end, Feng Xianling decided to personally go to the fields to take a look. At the very least, he would go to Mount Longzhou to take a look at the imperial plantation's grain. Lord Feng, there's no need for you to go. We've already received about 300 kilograms of wheat collected from the surrounding areas. Where? It's in the backyard. They hurried to the backyard. Suddenly, the smell of malt floating in the air, as well as a unique sour smell after fermentation, filled their noses. The baskets of wheat were so dry that they looked like the mouths of old women. Furthermore, the wheat grains that had not yet fully matured were actually sprouting yellow and tender sprouts. Could this be eaten? With trembling hands, Feng Xianling picked out a few wheat ears with less malt and peeled them. The wheat grains that were not saturated were now yellow and moldy. When he put them in his mouth, the sour taste made Feng Xianling retch uncontrollably. How could he eat this? No wonder he didn't even eat chickens, ducks, cows, and horses. How could he eat this? This was a good grain, but those damn grasshoppers. It was all ruined. Even now, what was the use of earning more money? Lord Feng. What do you think we should do now? Should we report to the Emperor now? Or should we investigate this matter again? Investigate again. I want the most detailed data. I don't believe that these locusts would destroy all the crops. Yes. This matter was too serious. Now that the Emperor had finally walked out of his previous worries and his relationship with the retired Emperor had improved over the past few days, he did not want to disturb the Emperor at this juncture. Moreover, this was only the result of the preliminary investigation. If this matter was not handled properly, it would definitely cause a series of reactions. Even Zhenla, who was now establishing diplomatic relations with the Tang dynasty, would not hesitate to establish diplomatic relations with the Tang dynasty. The Guanlong group, which had just been suppressed, was bound to rise at this time, not to mention the Shandong nobles who liked to use this matter as a pretext to make a fuss. That was where the real crisis was. As for the grain, the Tang dynasty had enough to deal with everything in front of them, but only a few people knew about this matter. The Tang dynasty's grain reserves were far more than this. With 3 months of secretly stored grain, plus the grain from Tubo and Tuyuhan, even if the Tang dynasty did not plant crops for 3 years, no one would starve to death. Most importantly, the forces that had just been suppressed, as well as the 5 surnames and 7 hopes that hadn't shown themselves, were the real tigers. When all the officials of the Ministry of Agriculture were further investigating this matter, several people came to Zhang Feng's tavern again. Chapter 430. In the tavern, Zhang Feng was fiddling with his sunglasses. At this time, except for a few key parts, the sunglasses were basically finished. It was completely designed according to the presbyopic glasses of the Republic of China. But it didn't affect Zhang Feng's showing off. Lying on a recliner in the backyard, he tied the legs of his sunglasses with sheep tendons and hung them on the bridge of his nose. If he was paired with a folding fan, he would look like an elegant young master. But a stubborn one. But obviously, Zhang Feng didn't have such an awareness. He just looked at the clouds in the sky and was lost in thought. Fengzi? Are you in Fengzi? At this time, Uncle He's voice slowly sounded at the door. Yes, Uncle He. Why are you here? I haven't seen you for a few days. Where have you been? Zhang Feng curiously walked into the tavern's hall and asked old He, who had a worried look on his face. Uncle He sighed deeply and put the wheat in his hand on the table. He said dejectedly, "What else can I do? Isn't it all because of these locusts? That auntie of yours, whenever I mention her, I feel like beating someone up. She's such a wastrel. I told her to save the wheat first, but she insisted on catching grasshoppers to make money first. Great, the grasshoppers have made a lot of money, but my business, the food business, can't continue." Zhang Feng was shocked. He asked, "Uncle He, what are you talking about? The crops in the field can't do well, but the business can still go on. Why can't you do it? If you have any difficulties or are short of money, just tell me. I can still take out 1,000,000 or 80,000 yuan. No, no, no. It's not like that." Uncle He sighed and pointed at the wheat on the table. "There was a plague of locusts this year. Look at this. Can it be used? This thing doesn't even eat pigs now. Originally, I thought that I would be able to have a full new year by renting 3 mu of land. Now, it seems that I can't even pay the rent. How can I have money to do business?" As soon as old He said that, Zhang Feng really felt a little awkward. He picked up a few stalks of wheat that were full of buds, looked at them carefully, and sniffed them. Then, he peeled a grain and threw it into his mouth. This thing really couldn't be eaten. Zhang Feng couldn't help but frown. "You don't have to worry about the locust plague. Everything is like this now. When the time comes, the emperor will definitely announce something. You don't have to worry about it." Hearing this, old He didn't feel happy. Instead, he became even more worried. "You don't know, do you?" Right now, the emperor was worried about this matter. "I'm not the only one with this. If it were my family, then I wouldn't have anything to say. It's because I'm incapable. But the entire Longyu, and even the entire Chang'an area, are all like this. What do you think? When the time comes, will His Majesty be able to handle it? Now the emperor has already made a lot of money because of this bone-strengthening powder. I guess he has already forgotten about it." "Hey!" Zhang Feng patted old He's shoulder. "Old He, this thing is not useless. How about this, you go back and pluck all the wheat stalks in this field for me. Give me the wheat grains. I'll buy as much as you originally sold it. How about that? But this is something that only you can know. When the time comes, once my experiment is successful, then what you have and what the neighbors have won't be enough for me to buy. I reckon that when the time comes, the price of the wheat will definitely be higher than it is now." As he spoke, Zhang Feng lowered his voice and said, "I'll tell you, but you mustn't tell anyone else." When old He heard this, he looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously and said, "Tell me about it. When the time comes, the price of this thing might even double." "What? What's the use of this thing? It's already in this state. Even pigs won't eat it. What are you going to do with it? If you really want to benefit us, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. I, old He, am a straightforward person. If you really want to do this, let alone me, no one in the neighborhood will be willing to do it. When the time comes, if anyone dares to sell this rotten thing to you, their ancestral graves will be dug up." Zhang Feng was shocked when he heard this. No, old He, that's not what I mean. What I mean is that I really have a use for this thing. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would do something unreliable? Yes. Old He nodded without hesitation. Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. He didn't want to argue with him and said directly, "I'll tell you clearly. Come, let's drink a mouthful of wine first." Zhang Feng poured a bowl of wine for Old He and drank a mouthful. Then he said, "Old He, how is this wine? It's unique. It can be said that other than here, you can't drink it anywhere else. But what does this have to do with the wheat stalks? What does it have to do with?" "It has a lot to do with it." Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. "This wine is made from grain. You know that. And the most important thing is wheat. Now you understand something, right?" Chapter 431. If Old He still didn't understand, then there was really something wrong with his brain. However, he still knew a little about brewing wine. After all, every time Zhang Feng finished brewing wine, the leftover wine grains would be given to him to feed the mules. When he had nothing to do, he would come to Zhang Feng's place to help Zhang Feng wash the wheat used for brewing wine. However, the wheat was good wheat. How could these rotten things be used for it? Moreover, this thing was rotten to this extent. What else could be done? No. Feng Zi, when you were brewing wine, your aunt and I also came to help. Although I don't know much about brewing wine, I still know about grain. Now that the wheat is rotten, what are you going to do with it? This thing, I don't dare to take it out. If I do, I'll be doing something against my conscience. We commoners don't dare to do such a thing. That'll be a death sentence." Zhang Feng was speechless. The cowardice in Old He's bones made him timid. He didn't know that this thing was naturally fermented malt. Although it was indeed not good for making white wine, he wasn't thinking about making white wine now. He was thinking about something more economical than white wine. Beer. Now that this thing was eaten by the locusts, it didn't affect the brewing of beer. Thinking about it carefully, if all the wheat in the Guangzhong plain was harvested, how much beer could be brewed? Thinking about it, Zhang Feng couldn't help but get excited. In this summer, if he had a can of beer and a few good wine kebabs, how pleasant would that be? All of this, he thought it was a dream before, but now it seemed that all of this was no longer a dream. The day had arrived. Old He. You don't know anything about brewing wine, but what I can tell you is that in your hands, this thing is indeed useless. But in my hands, I can definitely turn it into a treasure in an instant. Moreover, I can brew a wine that is even better than Baijiu. Feng Zi, don't comfort me. I've already thought about it. I have a way to deal with this matter. Don't comfort me, okay? The wheat was already in this state, how could it be brewed? He seriously suspected that Zhang Feng really wanted to help him. However, this was not a small problem. This was something that all the people in Chang'an, as well as those outside the city, were experiencing. No one cared if the wheat was spoiled, but once people knew that this place was accepting such things, who wouldn't go crazy? What would he do then? Where would he find the money to buy so many things? And even if he did buy it, where would he put it? Zhang Feng was definitely drunk. Old He shook his head and was about to leave. Zhang Feng did not stop Old He. After all, everything he said now was meaningless. Old He, I'm serious. Give me a stone of your wheat. Then you'll know whether what I, Zhang Feng, said is true or not. Okay, I'll go back and do it. I'll send you 1 stone. As they spoke, Giggle and Sigh left. However, Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of a plan. This thing must be obtained, and once it was done, it would be a heaven-sent opportunity. This was also an opportunity. Once the beer and barbecue business was settled, it wouldn't just be a matter of getting rich, Zhang Feng thought very clearly. He didn't know what was wrong with this broken system, but it didn't show any signs of activation. He didn't know if the activation method was wrong, but he didn't want to sit around and wait for death. If he continued to do things here, he wouldn't be able to make a fortune. Although Lao Li and the others were acting as agents, how could it be more practical than doing it himself? Looking at his slightly fat body, Zhang Feng was speechless. His standard Apollo's belt was faintly showing signs of disappearing. Zhang Feng understood what was going on. He had been lying in this small pub all day, waiting to die. It would be strange if he didn't get fat. No. Even if I don't have this broken system, I still have my F*King brain. Just a brain. Suddenly, Zhang Feng thought of something incredible. Isn't Lao Tzu's brain a system? Damn, why did I only understand now? Even if I don't have the system as a cheat, I'm still a cheat. Once he thought it through, Zhang Feng became excited. In an instant, the memories of his previous life surfaced in his mind. These were all things that could allow him to settle down in this era. He was too careful before. He was too careful. He always thought that someone wanted to harm him, but now that he thought about it, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. This was Chang'an City, right under the feet of the emperor. Who would be so bored as to come here to kill him? He didn't steal or rob, so how could someone want to harm him? What was he doing? He was leading people to become well-off in all aspects. Who would dare to go against money? Unless that person was an idiot. Otherwise, no one would do this, including those people from the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs, and the people from Guanlong. As for the Shandong nobles, Zhang Feng didn't care about them at all. This was Great Tang's biggest F*King idiot. Chapter 432. The afternoon sun always made people sleepy. Early in the morning, Zhang Feng was thinking about the future. As he thought about it, he fell asleep. In the afternoon, all the muscles and bones in his body were creaking uncomfortably. Guzi, Zhuzi, old He, Zhuzi's father, and even the old Xiaocai had gone somewhere to enjoy the cool air. Zhang Feng had to put his hands behind his back and walk slowly in Chang'an City. Locusts had become a rare item and could even be seen everywhere on the streets of Chang'an. There were still people walking around with a group of chickens and ducks as if they were patrolling. Once the chickens and ducks stopped and pecked at the ground, they would immediately pounce on them to see if they were locusts. Then, they would walk slowly on the streets again. However, these people chose the most difficult path to walk. They just wanted to catch more locusts. From Huitongfang to the East Market, it was basically like this all the way. The East Market had also changed from its former dejected and depressed state. Sounds of hawking could be heard everywhere, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were very excited. The pork stall had already put up a sign saying that it was sold out. From time to time, the loud cries of pigs and the angry shouts of pigs being slaughtered could be heard from the backyard. There were more barbarian merchants on the streets and even barbarian prostitutes performing on the street. At this time, all the people in Chang'an were rich and happy. The tips were more than twice as much as usual. This made the merchants squatting behind the barbarian prostitutes laugh so hard that their eyes could not be seen. Their saliva was all over the copper coins. Zhang Feng no longer had the desire to touch copper coins after seeing this. Damn it, this is how the rust on the copper coins came about. It would be weird if it didn't get rusty. Zhang Feng did not stop walking when he passed by the East Market. He greeted the people he knew along the way and then slowly walked out of the Chunming Gate. He still had not left the city for some days. He did not see any barbarian merchants selling rubber in the East Market anymore. He guessed that rubber was extremely rare and the price was not high. It was far less expensive than the current popular products. Naturally, there was no one for sale. Zhang Feng could not help but sigh again. It seemed that the plans for the tricycle and the bicycle would have to be delayed again. Outside the Chunming Gate, the outside of Chang'an was even more bustling than the inside of the city. The commoners were all sticking their butts out, ignoring the scorching sun in the sky. They were all holding small rakes and digging in the ground. There was also a small jar tied to their backs. It was obvious what this group of people was doing. Now that the crops were suffering from poor harvests, it was better to catch as many locusts as possible. Every bit of profit counted. Otherwise, they might not even have the means to earn money when the time came. Feng Zi? What are you doing here? At this moment, someone asked as he looked at Zhang Feng, who was looking at the wilderness at the city gate. Zhang Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw that old Feng had come out from a clump of withered grass. Instantly, Zhang Feng was overjoyed. Yo! Old son, are you also running a side business? Why are you squatting here? Feng Xianling wiped the sweat and weeds on his forehead and sighed. How can I be in the mood to run a side business? Look, those damn grasshoppers have destroyed all the crops. So, I'm here to see what the crops are like. While speaking, Feng Xianling sat down beside Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng also sat down. I say, old Feng, what exactly did you plant? Do you have a lot of land? Aren't you planting medicinal herbs? Do you even eat grasshoppers? Feng Xianling glanced at Zhang Feng. Can't those who plant medicinal herbs and do business have dozens of acres of land? Nowadays, if you don't have your own land, what do you eat? What do you drink? Do you think everyone is like you, who can eat their fill and not starve? Feng Xianling glanced at Zhang Feng and sighed deeply. Laoli doesn't know about this yet, so I'm here to see if it was my people who destroyed the crops, or if it was all the same. Damn it, it's all gone. While speaking, Feng Xianling's face was full of bitterness. Although this meant that the Great Tang had enough food for the time being, this fellow at his side had once said that there would be an even larger plague of locusts next year. What should he do at that time? Fengzi, what do you think we should do? We have at least 100 mu of fertile land for growing grain. If they find out about this, I don't know what will happen. Just because of this? Why are you so anxious? Hearing this, Feng Xianling pointed outside the city angrily and shouted at Zhang Feng, his beard trembling. This is what you mean by trivial? Look, the grain is gone. What do you think we should do? Sew up our mouths? Or eat the wind and drink farts? Don't be so agitated. Let's go. I have a big deal to make a fortune. Zhang Feng saw Feng Xianling get anxious for the first time. He couldn't help but shrink his neck and pull Feng Xianling away. However, Feng Xianling was so worried that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. How could he have the time to mess around with Zhang Feng? I'm not going. If I tell you that I can turn all of these useless wheat into treasures like locusts, will you go? Chapter 433. In a small tavern. Feng Xianling could no longer sit still. But when he saw Zhang Feng leisurely cooking in the kitchen, he anxiously drank the wine. After taking a sip, he glanced at it. But in the end, he sighed and drank another bowl of wine. It was as if he wanted to get drunk and drown his sorrows in alcohol. Zhang Feng was still there, slowly cooking. When Feng Xianling could no longer sit still, Zhang Feng slowly carried 3 plates of braised food and a pot of braised pig trotters. Brother Zhang Feng, don't be so busy. Tell me, what method do you have to make this wheat grow? How could Feng Xianling hold back? He grabbed Zhang Feng's hand, who was about to get up to get the wine, and pressed him back into the chair. Zhang Feng said speechlessly, actually, it's not that there's no way. It's very simple. As he spoke, Zhang Feng pointed to Feng Xianling's wine bowl and said, what do you think of this wine? Why are we talking about wine again? We're talking about this wheat. That's right. Now we're talking about the wine. This wine is actually made from grains. Do you know that? Feng Xianling was stunned for a moment, and then he became excited. You're saying that this thing can be used to make wine? In an instant, Feng Xianling looked as if he had found his savior. He stared at Zhang Feng with burning eyes. If this useless thing, which even pigs wouldn't eat, could be used to make wine, then this disaster would no longer be a disaster. However, he had asked many people, and they all said that this thing could only be used as fertilizer. He had even asked the winemaker in the palace, and the winemaker had almost become anxious. How could this thing be used to make wine? If it was made into wine, wouldn't it kill people? Even if it was made into wine, it would be poisonous wine that couldn't be drunk. At first, when Zhang Feng said that this matter was very simple, he thought that Zhang Feng was joking. However, when Zhang Feng said this, he instantly understood. It was indeed impossible to give this thing to others, but to give it to Zhang Feng? After all, the wine he made was something that no one else in the world could replicate. Besides him, no one else could make this thing. Fang Xianling couldn't help but become excited again. However, Zhang Feng shook his hand away with extreme disdain. Then, he slowly got up and took a jar of wine with the lowest alcohol content from the wine cabinet. He said, "Old Fang, I know that among these people, you are the most practical. Lao Li is good at strategizing, and Old Sun is a diplomatic expert. He's not good at managing the industry, and Old Wei can only manage the internal discipline of the industry. In this place, only you and Old Du are people who do things. As for that Old Chen, he's just an iron fool. Let's not talk about him. If there was no other choice, I know that you would definitely not be so anxious. To be able to be so anxious right now, it means that you've definitely encountered an enormous difficulty. However, don't panic when you encounter something. Let's take it slow." "How can I not panic?" Fang Xianling sighed. Although Zhang Feng inadvertently told him the relationship between these people and even flattered him, it was really useless for him now. Now, not only did he have to solve this problem, but he also had to solve it before the emperor knew about it. Fang Xianling couldn't help but ask again, "Brother Zhang Feng, are you really sure about this matter? I have asked many winemakers about this, and there is no lack of top winemakers among them. However, even Lord Zhangsun thinks that this matter can't be solved. Don't joke about this matter." "What the? You think I'm joking? You actually said that I, Zhang Feng, am joking?" Zhang Feng pointed at his own nose and said in disbelief, "When have I, Zhang Feng, ever joked? Let me tell you, this thing can not only make wine, but it can also make good wine. Believe it or not, once this thing is brewed, I can guarantee that it will be popular throughout the Tang dynasty, and even the whole world. Not only that, I am not going to cooperate with you this time. Lao Tzu will do it himself. Let's see what you can do." Zhang Feng was also angry. How dare he question Lao Tzu? How could he tolerate this? "Old Fang, I don't know if you are trying to provoke me or what, but I definitely won't joke about this matter with you. You have to know that I, Zhang Feng, am a man of my word. If you give this malt to someone else, it can really be considered a waste, even if they have superb winemaking skills. However, if you give it to me, it's different. Let's use this wine with the lowest alcohol content as an example. The thing I am going to make now will definitely have a much lower alcohol content than the current wine. Moreover, this thing is not only low in alcohol content. You still remember the barbecue, right? If it is paired with barbecue, it will be awesome. Especially in this hot summer, when the crops are destroyed and the people's wallets are full. This thing will be another industry to pay attention to and stimulate the economy. Believe it or not, as long as my first winemaking experiment is successful, even a child or a woman who can't drink will like this thing." "This. Is there really such a wine?" Fang Xianling was shocked and hurriedly asked. "Before me, there definitely wasn't such a thing. However, when I, Zhang Feng, am here, this thing is a must." "What wine is this? Fermented glutinous rice? Motherf ****, would I make fermented glutinous rice for you? You are insulting me. I am talking about beer. Beer. Beer that can stimulate the appetite and strengthen the spleen." Chapter 434. Fang Xianling left. This time, he was not worried, but excited. Because of this matter, he did not have a good sleep for 3 days. But now? This matter was no longer a troublesome matter, but a great thing. How could this not make Fang Xianling excited? The last time he ate barbecue at Zhang Feng's place, the taste was still fresh in his memory. That taste was really amazing. Now the Tang dynasty did not lack cattle, sheep, and pigs. In fact, there were too many of them. Now the imperial court also ordered the price to be lowered because of this matter. Although cattle and horses were still not allowed to enter the dining table, the number of pigs, sheep, chickens, and ducks suddenly made people who could not afford meat before able to eat a meal every few days. What did this mean? This meant that the overall level of consumption in the Tang dynasty had increased. Once the problem of the banker was solved, would the people panic? Not only that, when the time came, this thing looked at Zhang Feng now and was definitely going to make a big move. Once he made a move, he would definitely be a hands-off shopkeeper in less than 3 days. He still knew Zhang Feng's temperament. This person could not be provoked. Once he was provoked, he could do anything. When Fang Xianling entered Taiji Palace with a heavy heart, Li Shimin had just walked down from the card table with a frown. It seemed that he had lost everything. At the mahjong table, Li Yuan stepped on the chair with one foot and shouted with both hands, "Fang Xianling, come, 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 play with me." This old official greets the retired emperor, greets the emperor, the empress, and His Highness the Crown Prince. Rise. You came here for something? Li Shimin glanced at the side hall and asked. Following Li Shimin, Fang Xianling said, "Your Majesty, something did happen, but this matter can be said to be a disaster, but it can also be said to be a blessing." Oh? What's the matter? Li Shimin sat on the soft couch and took a sip of herbal tea. It's like this. Even though the plague of locusts has passed and the people have made a fortune, it has also caused the people to panic even more. Li Shimin frowned when he heard that. Isn't this enough to make money? What happened to the commoners? Not a single harvest. Longyu, Jiannan Circuit, and other places were plagued by locust infestations. Furthermore, the locust infestation was so severe that not a single grain could be harvested. Especially near Archang and city, all the wheat could be harvested in at most a month, but the locusts have bitten off the stalks of the wheat, and the wheat ears have sprouted in the ground, so they can't be used anymore. He doesn't even eat a bite of pig's gizzard. Li Shimin was shocked when he heard this. Who else knows about this? Currently, only the Ministry of Works and you know about it, but it's impossible to hide this matter. Li Shimin couldn't help feeling a little panicked. Although the Tang dynasty was still considered rich and had some surplus of various kinds of food, it wouldn't be a problem to get through this year. However, if someone wanted to do something about it, it would definitely make the people of the Tang dynasty panic. Even Tubo and other countries that had just stabilized the Tang dynasty's belt would jump up again. This was really troublesome. Li Shimin's face suddenly turned cold. However, when he thought of the meaning in Fang Xianling's words and his calm expression, Li Shimin asked calmly, "Then, what's the other thing?" He knew Fang Xianling well. If he wasn't sure, he would never test him or report to him without making a decision. The fact that he could come here meant that this matter was almost settled. Fang Xianling heard this and said, "The good thing is that when I went to inspect outside the city today, I met Brother Zhang Feng. He has a way to deal with this thing that even pigs don't eat. And because of this, he wants to come out personally and develop this matter into an industrial chain." Li Shimin was instantly amused when he heard this. "Oh? Tell me about it. The wheat is spoiled. What can he do with it?" "Make wine. I've asked all the winemakers in the palace and Chang'an city. This sprouted wheat can't be used to make wine. Once it's used to make wine, it will basically become poisonous wine. However, today, I provoked Brother Zhang Feng a little and he actually said that this thing can be used to make wine. Moreover, it's the kind of wine that even women who don't drink wine will drink non-stop." Li Shimin was completely shocked. Although he didn't know what the wheat was like outside, if Fang Xianling said that it was extremely serious, it meant that all of it was like this now. And he didn't even need to think about it. After being messed with by grasshoppers, how much good food could there be? Li Shimin was already prepared to have no harvest this year. But now, Fang Xianling actually told him that Zhang Feng actually had a way to turn this thing into a treasure again? How could he dare to believe it? Chapter 435. Zhang Feng was a little dumbfounded. He found Zhu Zi's father and brought him 3 stones of washed and peeled clean malt. Looking at the dozens of baskets of malt in the courtyard, Zhang Feng was a little worried. Why didn't he say that he only wanted a little bit of this stuff? Now, so much. Are you trying to tire me to death? Don't you know that I'm alone? Why don't you help me? Do you really think that I'm playing around? Zhang Feng also exploded. It wasn't easy for Lao Tzu to do something. Why didn't anyone believe him? I've been lazing around all day. You all say that I don't do proper work. Now that I've finally done something proper, why don't you believe me? You don't believe me, right? Good, good, good. If I don't do something this time and make you all drop your jaws, I, Zhang Feng, will write my name backwards. Zhang Feng walked out of the tavern angrily. He walked around the streets but didn't find Go, Zi and the others. He didn't know what was wrong with these guys recently. They couldn't be seen at all. After looking around, he only found Steamed Bun, who was squatting by the river and watching the boats throw stones. Zhang Feng asked, Steamed Bun, where are your brothers? Seeing that it was Zhang Feng, Steamed Bun called out Big Brother Feng Zi, and said, they don't know. They were playing in the river just now. In the end, when the patrolling soldiers came, they ran away. I don't know where they went either. Oh. Then you play. I'm leaving. Oh right, if you see Go Zi, tell them to come to the tavern immediately. I have something to talk to them about. Oh. Okay, Big Brother Feng Zi. As he walked, Zhang Feng thought about the brewing process of beer. In fact, brewing beer was not a problem. All he needed to do was steam the fermented malt in a steamer until it was half-cooked and then place it under the sun. Or, he could let it ferment at a temperature of about 35 degrees Celsius. Then, he added some alcohol as a primer and everything was done. He only needed 3 days to finish brewing. Now, the first step of the process was saved. The malt was ready, and all he needed to do was to let it wait for 1 night. The next morning, he would set up a fire, extinguish the fire, seal the stove, and add some wine as a primer. All he needed to do was wait for 1 day and 1 night. This was even easier than brewing normal baijiu. However, unless everyone knew about this matter, ordinary people wouldn't be able to brew it. It could be said that this beer could be brewed by anyone in the future. They only needed to learn how to brew it once. But in the Tang dynasty, no one except Zhang Feng could brew it. It wasn't that this thing was difficult, but that this thing required a certain amount of heat. Once it was overheated, it would become rancid. Even pigs would despise it, let alone drink it. At that time, this thing would really become horse urine. Back at the pub, Zhang Feng cleaned the steamer and other things. Only then did he vaguely hear the sounds of Guzi and the others playing on the street. After throwing the things away, Zhang Feng ran to the door and shouted, Guzi, you guys come over here. The few of them were chasing and snatching something. But when they heard Zhang Feng shouting, they were like cats that saw a mouse. They came over with their tails between their legs. Brother lunatic. All right. Let me ask you. Why haven't you guys come over these few days? Have you grown up or something? No, there was a disaster at home recently. We were catching grasshoppers. Look, we just caught them and sold them for 10 copper coins. But there were 7 of us, so we couldn't split them. That's why we quarreled. As he spoke, Guzi lifted the front of his shirt, revealing 10 copper coins. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Stop quarreling. Come and help Lao Tzu. 20 copper coins per person." "Really?" Hearing this, Zhu Zi's eyes turned into the size of copper coins. Zhang Feng was so angry that he kicked him. When did Lao Tzu go back on his words? "Get in here." The few of them jumped into the pub as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They swallowed their saliva as they smelled the fragrance of the wine and braised meat. Seeing this, Zhang Feng was furious. "Don't think about it. Do this job well. There's enough meat. Do you want to drink this wine?" "Yes." The few of them nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. "If you want to drink, go to your father. As long as your father doesn't break your legs, you can come again." Guzi heard this and said excitedly, "Brother Feng, I don't have a father. Can I drink now?" "Get lost." Zhang Feng was defeated. He ordered the few of them to pour the baskets of malt into the steamer. Then, he lit the fire and started to boil it. This thing didn't have any smell now. It was still black. But once it was in the steamer, the smell of the wine really came out. The few of them smelled the wine and became dizzy as if they were drunk. Zhang Feng took a bamboo stick and tested it on the steam release hole of the steamer. When the temperature was about right and the aroma of the wine was almost there, he asked Guzi and the others to turn off the fire. Then, he poured the wine into the steam release hole and blocked it. Then, he lit up the second pot. At this time, the smell of the wine slowly spread out when the sky was just turning dark. All the people of Chang and who had returned home were shocked when they smelled the wine in the air. "What is Feng Zi up to now? What kind of fermented rice is this?" Chapter 436. The news that blind Wang of Huitong Fang had made a fortune in the past 2 days had spread all over Huitong Fang. He was a retired veteran, and he could still make ends meet in Chang and city by making bamboo strips. 3 days ago, Zhang Feng found him and gave him a big deal. He needed 300 bamboo tubes. Originally, Cripple Wang only wanted 3 jars of wine. But Zhang Feng forced him to give him an ingot of silver and said that it was the down payment. Moreover, the bamboo tubes had to be the sturdiest ones that had been boiled in water. If they were made well, he could order them for a long time. At this time, blind Wang could not sit still. That night, he limped to Enle house and found a group of veterans to help him. Zhang Feng's requirements were very strict. These bamboo tubes had to be complete. One section of the bamboo tube had to have a membrane that couldn't be damaged. The other end had to be burned with a pair of tongs to make a hole the size of a thumb, and a hole for a rope to be tied. Not only that, they had to find a way to seal the bamboo tube, and it had to be done to the extent that not a drop of water could leak out. Although this was a problem for Cripple Wang, the veterans that he had called over were able to come up with a solution after some discussion. At the very least, they were people who had followed the Tang army through the south and north, so they were still able to come up with a solution like this. Although Zhang Feng didn't say what this thing was used for, it was likely to be used. As long as the glutinous rice was boiled into a paste, the resin of the wudong tree, and quicklime were added, it would be watertight. This was a method that a veteran Marine had thought of. That was what he used to do. In this way, in 3 days, they gradually grew from a dozen to more than 50 people. They were working on this thing all day. Early in the morning of the 3rd day. Before Zhang Feng got up, Cripple Wang and his group hurriedly pulled a dozen carts of bamboo tubes to Zhang Feng, who was rubbing his eyes in a daze. Looking at the dozen or so bamboo tubes, even if Zhang Feng wanted to find fault, he wouldn't be able to. The bamboo tubes were filled with water, and they didn't leak even after the bumpy road. However, the only thing that made him angry was that these things were used to store wine. If they were filled with water, the water would dry out, and the wine would be put inside. Who knows what would happen to the wine? There is nothing wrong with these bamboo tubes. Cripple Wang, here is a banknote worth 3,000 strings of coins. But I will deduct your money. Seeing Zhang Feng take out the banknotes, the honest veterans instantly smiled. But when they heard that he would deduct their money, their eyes instantly turned red. Little brother, you are not being honest. How can you deduct my money? These are all complete manuscripts. We old fellows risked our lives to make them for you. If you don't say something, then we might have to go to the government office today. Hey, Cripple Wang, don't be so agitated. Listen to me first. Seeing that the crowd was agitated, Zhang Feng pressed his hand and said, actually, I really need these things urgently today. How about this, before noon, as long as you can clean the water in these bamboo tubes for me, and the bamboo tubes that do not have a trace of moisture, I will not deduct a single coin. And I will also order the next batch of bamboo tubes from you. What do you think? That's it? Cripple Wang and the others deeply breathed a sigh of relief. They originally thought that it was a big deal, but it turned out that the bamboo tubes had water in them. This was not a big deal. Everyone patted their chest and said, little brother, just wait. Before noon, we guarantee that all 537 bamboo tubes will be sent to you. As they spoke, the 50-plus people pulled the carts and hurriedly left. It seemed that they were going to the lime factory outside the city. Zhang Feng did not care about this. Seeing that the crowd had left, he went back to his room and went back to sleep. And at this moment, in the imperial study of Taiji Palace, Li Shimin, who had just walked out of the court meeting, did not even have time to take a sip of hot tea before he was stopped by Wei Zheng and the others at the door of the imperial study. What's the matter? Li Shimin asked as soon as he entered the imperial study. Your Majesty, this is the income of the bone-strengthening powder in the past half a month. Please take a look. As he spoke, Wei Zheng, who was originally upright and plain-spoken, flashed a touch of unconcealable excitement on his face. Li Shimin looked at the excited faces of the three people and asked Xiao Gizi to put away the booklet. But when he saw the contents of the booklet, he was completely stunned. 30 million yuan in half a month? And only from the treasury of the Chang, an imperial manor? Are you sure this is not fake? He had thought that this thing could make money, but he did not expect it to be so profitable. Your Majesty, this is only half a month's income. At this time, there is still a large amount of bone-strengthening powder stockpiled. I dare not make the decision to sell it without authorization. Zhang Sun Wuji cupped his fist and said. Li Shimin heard this and was deeply shocked. He said, how many locusts are stored in the country now? According to the current situation, the bone-strengthening powder cannot be maintained for a long time. How long can Jiangsu's industry last? Your Majesty, with the current reserves, if our merchants were to go to Tubo and other countries to purchase them, perhaps this industry would be able to last for half a year or so. However, the goods from Tubo are all sprayed with poisonous pesticides. Thus, even though there are merchants from Tubo who are currently negotiating with our people, this lowly subject has never agreed. Then, what if we only need live locusts? Then we can build a branch factory in Longyu and then process it in Longyu. Or we can secretly sell the non-toxic pesticides to Tubo businessmen. Will this change for the better? Li Shimin asked. Well, Your Majesty, this matter can't be maintained for too long. I think we have to think about it in the long run and reduce the sales. For example, we can change to the previous method of storing locusts in small porcelain bottles and sell them in limited quantities until this time next year. However, we have thought of an even better idea. Chapter 437. What is it? Li Shimin didn't take the industry of bone-strengthening powder seriously before. After all, there were only a handful of people who could afford such things. But it had only been half a month. They had made so much money in Chang and city alone. And that didn't include the ministers. They had made even more money. This was what shocked him the most. But now, the biggest problem was that although this thing was popular, it would be sold out one day. What should they do then? By the way, I remember now. I remember that Brother Zhang Feng said that this thing could also be eaten if it was mixed with millet rice flour or white flour. Hearing that, the ministers were instantly excited. In this way, the price could be lowered. In this way, ordinary people could buy it normally, and the locust powder could be sold until next year. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. Du Ruhui, who had been silent, suddenly raised his voice and said, Your Majesty, pigs, cows, sheep, and horses can be reared in captivity. I think that if we deal with the locusts properly, we may also be able to rear them. What do you think? Hearing that, Li Shimon's expression suddenly changed. That's right. This thing was already out of stock now, but once it was reared in captivity, I've thought about it, but this thing can't withstand low temperatures. Once it's autumn and winter, this thing will get into the soil. If we do this, won't it mean that this thing will be out of stock in winter? No, Your Majesty. Zhang Sun Wuji followed Du Ruhui's words and said, Your Majesty, have you forgotten that the temperature in the south is high all year round? As long as we place the breeding ground there, wouldn't we be able to have an endless supply of these things? In a few words. For the sake of profit, the most important officials of the Great Tang had really managed to develop artificial cultivation. If Zhang Feng were to hear of this, he would really praise them for it. After an hour of discussion, Li Shimon and the others really made a decision on this matter. It would be a pity if such a profitable industry was cut off. Moreover, this thing was really nutritious. Once it was cut off, they would not be able to eat it again. How could they be willing to do that? In this way, based on the original foundation, the few of them also formulated a complete set of things: pure bone-strengthening powder, 1 gram of it, 1 kilogram of it, 1 kilogram of it, 1 kilogram of it, and bone-strengthening powder mixed with corn and flour. The prices were also divided into 3 levels. After finalizing the plan, the few of them left in a hurry. Even Li Shimon forgot that he still had something to say. But looking at the huge amount of money on the report, Li Shimon sighed. Half a year ago, he was still worried about how to make the people of the Tang dynasty live a better life. But now? All of this was the work of Zhang Feng. If it weren't for Zhang Feng, what would have happened to the Tang dynasty? He did not dare to think about it. Thinking of Zhang Feng, Li Shimon couldn't help but remember that he hadn't been to the tavern for a long time. Little Gizi, prepare banknotes worth 30,000 taels of gold. We are leaving the palace. On the other side. Before noon, Cripple Wang had already hurried to the entrance of the tavern with a group of people. The cart was still pulling the bamboo tubes. Zhang Feng was eating noodles with oil. When he saw the mighty 50 people and the neighbors behind them, he could not help but be stunned. The bowl was bigger than his head, but he did not know whether to put it or eat it. Manager, the bamboo tubes you asked for. That's enough. Move them all to the backyard. Zhang Feng simply put down the bowl and drank a mouthful of wine. Cripple Wang was stunned. Don't you want to take a look? Zhang Feng was confused. Look at what? Haven't you already done it? Don't talk nonsense. Pull them in. If you want to eat, I have meat on the stove. If you want to drink, I have enough wine. But you have to pay. Ha ha ha, thank you, manager. How could the 50 people be unhappy when they heard that? The wine in Zhang Feng's tavern had never been sold to outsiders. But the wine in this tavern had long been known in the neighborhood. But Zhang Feng's temper was strange. Usually, no matter who you were, you could not drink wine. But as long as he was happy, even if you were a beggar on the street, he would give you a jar of wine. No one dared to say anything. Why? Didn't they see that the manager had a good relationship with the 4 demon kings? If the 4 demon kings knew about this, they were worried that they would lose their lives to drink wine. Everyone threw the bamboo tubes and the sealed items in the backyard. Everyone instinctively wrapped a fist-sized lump of braised meat in oil paper. Then, 5 of them would share a jar of wine. They followed Zhang Feng's example and squatted at the closed door to eat the meat and drink the wine. There were even people who took out dry biscuits from their arms and ate them. In an instant, the smell of the wine and meat made the neighbors salivate. "Feng Zi, that's not very nice of you. Such good things, why don't you sell some to us? No matter what, we are neighbors on the same street." Zhang Feng picked his teeth and glanced at the person who spoke. He spat a mouthful of saliva and said, "Get lost, get lost. You want to drink wine? Wait for 10 days. When the wine cellar opens, if you are not afraid of drinking to death and not afraid of being poor, come. I have enough wine." "Really?" Chapter 438. Zhang Feng casually dismissed the onlookers. It wasn't that he didn't want to. He was indeed afraid of being famous before, but now it was to build momentum. Otherwise, would he be willing to give such good liquor to this group of uncouth people? It was all to promote beer. The honest people of the Tang dynasty didn't understand such profound things. The people of this era didn't understand marketing and tricks. They only knew that every word was a nail. But Zhang Feng was different. Therefore, under Zhang Feng's persuasion, everyone hurriedly left. They didn't dare to annoy Zhang Feng here. If they annoyed this guy, they wouldn't have a share of the meat and liquor that made them drool just by smelling it. Soon, the veteran soldier took Zhang Feng's remaining money and the next batch of 1,000 bamboo tubes and hurriedly left. Someone wanted to buy a jar of beer to take away, but in the end, he was scolded by Zhang Feng until his face and neck turned red. Zhang Feng knew the pain of this group of people. This wine was not something that ordinary people could afford to consume. Once they were addicted to it, that jar would cost at least 1 tael of silver. 1 tael of silver was their daily expenses for a year. Where would they get the money? Therefore, Zhang Feng was unwilling to sell this kind of liquor to the public from the beginning. It wasn't something they could afford to drink at all. "Brother Zhang Feng, what's wrong with you? Today, we usually drink a little of the liquor that you feel distressed about. How can you let those rough men take advantage of it?" Just as Zhang Feng was squatting in the backyard and filling 10 bamboo tubes to test the beer, Li Shimon's voice sounded at the entrance of the tavern. Obviously, Li Shimon had seen what happened just now. Seeing that Li Shimon had come, Zhang Feng's face instantly lit up. "Lao Li, you really came at the right time. You wait, I'll treat you to barbecue and good liquor later. And it's something you've never seen before." "Beer?" "Yes." "Okay. I'll be waiting." When Li Shimon heard this, he sat down in the tavern and waited. Not long after, Zhang Feng came out with a bowl of chopped chicken wings, drumsticks, pork, mutton, and other meats that were skewered with bamboo skewers. "Come, Lao Li, help me carry the brazier in." Zhang Feng hurriedly waved his hand. Li Shimon curiously looked at the meat in the basin and followed Zhang Feng to the kitchen. The brazier was the same as the one used to barbecue meat last time, but there was an extra rack on top, which was different from the iron plate used to barbecue meat. Li Shimon didn't ask. He just followed Zhang Feng's instructions and placed everything he could bring out on the table in front of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng then took out 10 bamboo tubes from the backyard and said mysteriously, "Lao Li, why are you always so accurate?" Li Shimon smiled in confusion. "What's wrong? Every time I make something good, you're always the first to come. You say this is your good luck? Or are you good at divination?" Li Shimon was speechless. "So, you're saying I'm a quack?" "No, no, no. Come and try this mutton kebab. How does it taste?" Zhang Feng chatted with Li Shimon while barbecuing the meat. Li Shimon took the mutton kebab from Zhang Feng and ate it with relish. Compared to the big chunks of meat they barbecued and ate in big mouthfuls, this was very refined. It was even more refined than those great scholars. However, Zhang Feng didn't say, and he didn't ask. Today, Zhang Feng said that he made something good, and he even made these things. Naturally, he would tell him later. This guy was just a pretentious prick. By the way, Feng, this is the harvest of bone-strengthening powder in half a month. You can take it. Oh, just put it where it is. Zhang Feng didn't care and asked Li Shimin to put it on the table. Li Shimin's mouth twitched. This was the first time he met such an attitude when he gave something to someone. If it was someone else, who would dare to do this? However, Zhang Feng didn't care. I say, can you take a look at the amount first? Don't you want me to see your surprised expression again? Li Shimin was speechless. He originally wanted to show off in front of Zhang Feng and see Zhang Feng suffer, but this bastard didn't give him the chance. Zhang Feng heard and glanced at the banknote. However, the next moment, he couldn't help but rub his eyes hard. He didn't even care about the chicken wings and grabbed the banknote. He said in a trembling voice, "This is 30,000 taels of gold?" "Yes. This is the money Lord Zhangsun calculated. We split it in half, 30,000 taels each." "Oh my God, we're rich." "Ha ha ha, good, good. I was worried that I didn't have enough capital to start this business. Lao Li, you're really my god of wealth." Zhang Feng wiped his hands and pocketed the banknotes. Then, he said, "Since you've already shown me this thing, I'll also show you how I've made a fortune. Just wait and be jealous. What is so mysterious that it made you, who always cherishes your life, come out of retirement? Open the bamboo tube and have a taste." Under Zhang Feng's crazy hints, Li Shimin opened the seal of the bamboo tube and looked at the yellow thing with bubbles. He frowned. "This is the beer? Why do I smell urine? Try a sip." "Don't you trust me, Zhang Feng?" Li Shimin was suspicious. However, he still followed Zhang Feng's instructions and drank a sip. Pfft. Chapter 439. Li Shimin gulped it down. Instantly, his face changed. "What did I just drink?" It was rustling, and there were bubbles. "Isn't this?" Thinking of this, Li Shimin's face turned green. He leaned on the table and vomited again. Zhang Feng didn't laugh or say anything. He just glanced at him and continued to roast the meat. "Okay, here comes the barbecue chicken wings. Come, Lao Li, have a chicken wing to calm down." "No, no, no, brother Zhang Feng, I treat you as a brother. How dare you make fun of me? This is obviously horse urine." Ugh, Li Shimin didn't dare to mention that word again. Once it was mentioned, he felt like vomiting. However, under Li Shimin's disdainful gaze, Zhang Feng picked up the bamboo tube that Li Shimin had drunk from. He bit the chicken wing in one mouth and drank the beer in the other. Moreover, he actually drank it with relish. Li Shimin's face was inexplicably frightened. "Feng Zi, did something happen to you? Or did something happen? If you have something to say, just say it. As long as I can deal with it, I will help you. Don't take it too hard." Originally, Zhang Feng was in a good mood, but when he heard this, he was instantly unhappy. "So you, Lao Li, mean that my head was caught by the door? Hey! Damn, you! Forget it, I'm too lazy to explain. Here, this is the wine that I brewed with the malt. It only took 3 days. The first time you drink it, for example, the locusts, none of you can stop them. But if you drink a few more mouthfuls, you will realize that this thing is really delicious. Do you want to try it?" Li Shimin was dumbfounded. Under his shocked gaze, Zhang Feng drank until he was full, and there was a layer of white foam on the bamboo tube. When Zhang Feng opened his mouth, it gushed out. Seeing this, Li Shimin's stomach churned again. "This thing, are you sure it's okay? Didn't you see that I drank it? And do you see anything wrong with me?" There's something wrong with you here. Li Shimin pointed at Zhang Feng's head. Zhang Feng was so angry that he almost cursed. Drink it or not, when the time comes, you won't have a share. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes and simply started to eat and drink by himself. He finished a chicken wing and a bamboo flask of wine. Seeing this, Li Shimin couldn't help but feel nervous. He picked up the bamboo tube from the table and copied Zhang Feng. He picked up a roasted chicken wing and took a bite. In an instant, the peppery taste spread in his mouth. Then, he closed his eyes and took a big gulp as if he was swallowing poison. He resisted the urge to vomit and forced it down. However, in the next moment, Li Shimin's eyes slowly opened after a long time. His eyes couldn't help but burst out in waves of shock. The wine was just as Zhang Feng said. It was sweet and mellow, and there was an indescribable sense of comfort. The feeling of the bubbles bursting in his stomach was especially comfortable. There was even an indescribable sense of satisfaction that couldn't be described. It was something that fermented rice or white wine couldn't compare to. As he drank, Li Shimin actually had an illusion that the beer and the roasted chicken were so compatible. It was as if the two things were originally one. Li Shimin was aghast. Fengzi, this beer, this foam, how did you make it? Also, how did you make this wine? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. How is it? Have I ever lied to you? Just tell me if this wine tastes good or not. Wonderful. This wine is really indescribably wonderful. Li Shimin looked at the bamboo tube and couldn't help but smack his lips as he spoke. Then it's fine. As Zhang Feng spoke, he poured the wine into a large bowl. In an instant, the bubbles on the surface of the wine piled up. The wine foam couldn't be compared to the future. Because of the manufacturing process and the insufficient pressure, Zhang Feng could only let it have the bubbles that originally existed in the malt. It wasn't like the future where carbon dioxide was injected to increase the storage time. In this era, there was no such ability. There was no such equipment. Moreover, this pure brewed beer had very few bubbles to begin with. However, the strength of the wine was naturally incomparable to that of other beers. This was even the distinction between dry beer, dark beer, and stale beer in the future. Zhang Feng pointed at the yellow beer and said again, this thing, although it looks like horse urine, and people who have never drunk it will definitely think that this thing is horse urine for the first time. However, if you can force yourself to endure and drink a bowl, then congratulations, this wine has acknowledged you. Moreover, Laoli, you have to know that this is brewed from the bitter and black malt that even pigs won't eat. This thing is what I'm going to do when I go out of the mountain. You can calculate the cost. It can be brewed in 3 days, and 1 stone of wheat can be brewed into 10 stones or more of beer. Moreover, this bamboo tube can only hold 1 jin, and each bamboo tube is sold for 1 copper coin. You can taste it carefully. Once this thing is accepted by the entire Tang dynasty, how much money can we make? Moreover, with the current barbecue, you can calculate again that the entire Tang dynasty people's alcohol tolerance can be said to be huge. As long as this meal starts, won't one person drink dozens of barrels? Li Shimin's expression had already changed. Zhang Feng patted the dumbfounded Li Shimin on the shoulder and said, Lao Li, taste it carefully. Chapter 440. How much was a stone of wheat worth? At most, it would be 100 copper coins. Any more, and it would be 200 copper coins. But how many bamboo tubes could be filled with 10 stones of water? A few hundred? A few thousand? Based on this calculation. Then, however, the originally useless wheat had really come back to life. How much could this malt be sold for? 10 copper coins? Perhaps other than Zhang Feng, no one would want to buy it even if they had to pay for it. Such a good business opportunity instantly made Li Shimin jealous. Fengzi, this business, hey, Lao Li, let's make a deal. I'll do this business myself. Besides, you don't know anything and you haven't fully accepted this kind of thing. If you sell it, you'll only lose money. So, after thinking about it, I'll do it myself. No. How could Li Shimin be willing? He hurriedly waved his hand. Fengzi, although you're good at doing business is very difficult. You have to wake up before 7 in the morning and may not even be able to sleep at night. Based on your character, how can you bear this? So, how about we cooperate? When the time comes. No. Now you know how to be anxious. Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin with a faint smile. Alright, who asked you to be our Fengzi's good brother? Then let's make a deal. It's just the two of us. We can't have one more person. Fine. Then it's settled. How about this? I have 1,000 taels of silver here, and I think there are 10 more. Let's take it as a deposit for the cooperation. Zhang Feng was a little confused. Good fellow, you always bring so much money when you go out. Aren't you afraid of bandits? I haven't had time to go back yet. After splitting the money with Lord Zhongsun and the others, I came here directly. Li Shimin casually evaded. Then he asked, by the way, this barbecue. When the time comes, let's do it together. You've seen this thing. It's just a stove, squatting by the roadside. Even if it's opened, the cost is low and the profit is high. Look at these chicken wings. They only cost a few copper coins. But after roasting them, they will become 5 copper coins. Li Shimin frowned. So expensive? Zhang Feng glared at him. This is expensive? Look, there are chickens and ducks all over the streets of Chang'an City. Even if they are lost, no one will look for them. Why? Wasn't it because of the locusts that all the chickens and ducks were gathered together? In addition, the emperor heard about my plan from who knows where and actually went to find Tubo to ask for chickens and ducks. This was exactly what I thought. Lao Li, tell me honestly, were you the one who gave Lord Zhongsun the idea? Otherwise, how could the emperor think of such a move? This is clearly my move. Li Shimin touched his nose. Yes. Didn't I cooperate with Lord Zhongsun on the bone-strengthening powder before? So I mentioned it by the way. No wonder. I thought that His Majesty really knew how to make divine plans. After being reminded by Zhang Feng, how could Li Shimin not understand Zhang Feng's meaning? He was the one who came up with this idea. Moreover, he had mentioned it countless times to Zhang Feng as the cost of wine. Chickens and ducks were really cheap now. Even if they were thrown on the street, no one would steal them. Why? On the one hand, it was because everyone was saving food. The farmers in the fields were all gnawed bare. Most importantly, even if the crown prince forcibly distributed 10 chickens and ducks to each household around Chang'an City, the pressure on the government would be reduced, and the people would be too lazy to care. Now, chicken eggs and duck eggs were sold on Chang'an Street for 1 copper coin each, which was priceless. But now, 2 eggs were sold for 1 copper coin each. If you wanted more, you could buy 50 eggs at a time, and people would give you 10 eggs as a gift. Even so, the eggs could not be sold until they were rotten. Everyone had chickens and ducks at home. Who the hell would be stupid enough to buy eggs? If anyone bought eggs, they would really be laughed at by the people of Chang'an City. There must be something wrong with this guy's head. Or it was squeezed out by the door. However, Li Shimin saw another market from Zhang Feng's words and actions. Once this barbecue appeared, all the chickens, ducks, pigs, and mutton that were so cheap that there was no stable price of 2 would be in high demand again. Moreover, once the price stabilized, it would definitely stimulate the consumer market and the market economy again. Zhang Feng had used this method several times, and so had Li Shimin. If he still could not understand it now, it would really be inexcusable. Feng Zi, this method of yours is really amazing. Li Shimin gave him a heartfelt thumbs up. Not only did you make the market that was paralyzed become active again, but you also made the consumption level of the people become active again. You are really a genius. I, Zhang Feng, have never calculated whether the market economy is economical or not. I only know that this time, we just have to wait for the money to be made. And it's the real meaning of lying down to make money. When barbecue and beer become popular in the Tang dynasty, that scene, even now, is exciting just thinking about it. This is what it means to bring honor to our ancestors. Chapter 441. For example, Du Kong. He could leave his name in history, and even be known by everyone. Why was that? It was because he came up with this Du Kong wine. And he was the first person in Wuxia to brew good wine. But now? Not only did he revolutionize wine, but he also brought the brewing method of later generations to the Tang dynasty, and he also created this beer. Whenever he mentioned a type of wine, Zhang Feng's name would go down in history, and it would be passed down by word of mouth. What's more, he even promoted barbecue. What was that? That was the real benefit of future generations. It would be strange if he didn't leave his name in history. And this kind of leaving his name in history was different from the kind of achievements in the imperial court. This thing could increase one's reputation. Don't underestimate this thing. Once your reputation soared to a certain extent, even if you really fell out with the Guanlong group, you wouldn't be killed because of this. Who was Li Shimin? When Zhang Feng mentioned this thing, he instantly thought of this layer of meaning. Fengzi, it's really not easy for you to understand this layer of meaning. Previously, I had long wanted chef to come over and learn from you. Compared to the delicacies we eat at your place, once we return home, the food we eat on a daily basis has become pig swill. Ha ha ha, you're too kind. If you really did that before, I would really kick your chef out. Zhang Feng laughed and said, Lao Li, I'm sure you've tasted this beer. Tell me honestly, will anyone like this thing? Yes. But you don't have to teach me this craft of yours. Let me take it back and try it first. What do you think? Zhang Feng heard this and glanced at Li Shimin. Lao Li, you're really good at calculating. We haven't even started working together, and you're already giving money and asking the chef to steal your skills. What's wrong with you? This, Li Shimin sighed. Sigh. It's all because of my old father. After eating your good food for 2 days, he didn't have any appetite for food when he returned home. He kept mumbling that he wanted to eat your dishes all day long. I didn't have any other choice. I see, Zhang Feng frowned. All right, when you're done with your work, find someone who's talented and can learn quickly. You know that I'm lazy, so I'll only cook a few times and learn as much as I can. No problem. Li Shimin was overjoyed. This matter was finally settled. When the time came, the imperial palace would no longer be wasteful. So many delicacies would be stewed in one pot. Li Shimin felt his heart ache when he saw this. However, in Zhang Feng's restaurant, he was able to make dishes that satisfied people with just a few home-cooked dishes. What was this? This was true culinary skills. After settling these two matters, Li Shimin said, by the way, Fengzi, the matter of the academy will be settled in 2 or 3 days. It's right next to the Vermilion Bird Gate, the Vermilion Bird Street's Kaihua Square. So soon? Zhang Feng couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, Li Shimin had already hurriedly disappeared outside the door. I say, old Li, aren't you forgetting something? Zhang Feng scratched his head and looked at the 7 barrels of beer on the table. Li Shimin was very anxious. On one hand, he wanted to confirm whether the scrapped food could be used to brew wine. However, after really understanding this matter, he instantly couldn't sit still. With Zhang Feng's ability, he was still very much looking forward to it. However, the moment he walked out of the door, Li Shimin paused. He forgot the most important thing. That was to get the wine. This thing, he was defeated. He had to take it back and let those old guys have a taste of their own medicine. And that barbecue, he had to get the recipe. When he returned to the pub, Zhang Feng was hanging chicken feet, repeatedly leaning on the remaining things. Seeing Li Shimin return, he smiled and said, "I knew Lao Li would come back. You forgot to take this thing, how are you going to explain it to old Sun and those bastards?" "Aren't I in a hurry?" Li Shimin touched his nose. Although he didn't need to explain anything to anyone, if he said this thing would sell well, then it would definitely sell well. But there was another important person, that was his father. If his father knew that he came to Zhang Feng's place and didn't bring anything to satisfy his craving, wouldn't he flip out? "Okay, give my father 3 jugs of wine, the recipe for barbecue," and Li Shimin said a lot. But Zhang Feng curled his lips. "There's no recipe for barbecue. Did you see how I barbecued the meat just now? It's just that you need to use oil and fine salt, and the pepper, cumin, and dogwood powder. You just need to sprinkle it repeatedly. These are all common things. Go back and tell your chef. If he doesn't even know these things, then it's really strange." But, this rack, Li Shimin pointed to the barbecue rack that Zhang Feng was barbecuing. He wanted to say something but stopped. Zhang Feng instantly understood. He rolled his eyes. 10 taels of silver. Ask someone to take away all my things. Chapter 442. Wei Shuyu felt very uncomfortable. Li Shimin waved his hand. Wei Shuyu hurriedly entered the small tavern. She thought there was something good waiting for her, but she didn't expect that she would be asked to carry a brazier. It was such a hot day, Wei Shuyu's face immediately stiffened. But it was the emperor. Under the gaze of Zhang Feng, that bastard, Wei Shuyu kicked and roared as she came in. She looked at the dozen or so people, and each of them did the same thing. She even took away the leftover barbecued meat and the table that Zhang Feng had not put away. 7 bamboo tubes of beer were not enough. When Zhang Feng had more than 30 bamboo tubes of beer in the backyard and asked people to take them away, he found that the hall was empty. Even his jar of salt was taken away. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded by what he saw. Who the f***ck are these people? They didn't even let go of the jar of salt? However, Li Shimin and Wei Shuyu had already walked out of Tonghui Fang by this time. Li Shimin was drinking wine in the sedan while eating the barbecued meat that Zhang Feng had made. When he was eating just now, he was anxious and worried about the beer, so he didn't seriously taste the barbecued meat. But now? Once he stopped thinking and sat in the sedan, listening to the shouting and hawking outside, and the sound of people fighting for things from time to time, this was the real dish to go with wine. To put it bluntly, this barbecued meat was a little different from what they had eaten before. Although it looked like a big piece of meat was cut, even so, it couldn't be eaten so quickly. If it could reach this level, it meant that there was something else in it. Thinking of this, Li Shimin immediately roasted the chicken wings and asked, "Shuyu, I'm here." Hearing this, Wei Shuyu threw the oil jar in her hand to Xiao Gizi and hurried forward. "Did you look carefully when Fengzi was roasting the meat just now?" Wei Shuyu knew that the emperor was looking for someone to roast meat. Did he admit it? Or not? If he did, he would become the emperor's personal barbecue chef. But if he didn't? Wei Shuyu stammered, "Your Majesty, this general didn't pay too much attention, but this general saw the chicken wings and chicken feet on the roof beam. They were marinated with seasoning for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The mutton and pork were not processed. Oh, when we get back, you will roast meat for me according to Feng Zi's method." "Yes. Your Majesty." Wei Shuyu had already thought of the result. At this moment, he only wished that this was a one-time job. Otherwise, he would never be able to make a name for himself. He returned to the Taiji Palace. The directors, Little Gizi, and Wei Shuyu closed the door and barbecued meat in the back garden of the bedroom. It was not until 2 hours later that the three of them finally grinned, looking at the chicken wing in Li Shimon's hand, which was half roasted, with blood still dripping from one side, with a grin on their faces. "Shuyu, give it a try. How does it taste this time?" "Yes." Wei Shuyu pulled a long face and took a bite of the chicken wing. Then, his pupils constricted and he spat it out. "Your Majesty, it's overcooked this time. Is it because we didn't turn it hard enough? Also, there's too much salt." "Is that so?" Li Shimon frowned. He threw the grill away and sat on the chair. He waved his hand and said, "Little Gizi, summon the imperial chef. Come here quickly." "Yes." After a while, a fat man, who was as fat as a ball, ran over, panting. It seemed that this guy ate a lot of good food every day. But Li Shimon didn't care. "Shuyu, you two tell him about the roast meat. I'll give you 2 hours. If you can't make roast meat to my satisfaction, then..." When the fat imperial chef heard this, his face turned pale and he fell to the ground with a plop. "Yes, Your Majesty." The imperial chef didn't know if it was because he was under great pressure or something else. Anyway, within an hour, he really roasted the remaining meat skewers, chicken wings, and chicken feet that Zhang Feng had made. Although the taste was still a little different from the one that Zhang Feng had made, it was basically the same roast meat. The three of them looked at Li Shimon, who was sometimes frowning and sometimes deep in thought. They didn't dare to breathe loudly. After a while, Li Shimon nodded. "What's your name?" The fat imperial chef kowtowed hurriedly. "Your Majesty, my name is Zhang San." "Good. From today onwards, you'll be roasting meat full-time. When the time comes, I'll take you to a place. But this place is only known to you. If I find out and a second person knows about this, you know the consequences." What could the fat imperial chef say? This was his own business, and he was very clear about it. The emperor didn't say anything because he was still useful. What else could he say? He hurriedly kowtowed to express his gratitude. "Although the taste is a little bad, it's still acceptable. Little Gizi, reward me." "Yes. Shuyu. Go and call those old guys. Tell them that I'll treat them to barbecue and beer." Chapter 443. Fang Xianling was more excited than anyone else. Because this beer had been on his mind for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that the Ministry of Agriculture was busy recently, he would have gone to the tavern to see it with his own eyes. But this was a bit mysterious for the rest of the people. On the way to the back garden, several people asked Fang Xianling about the beer over and over again, but Fang Xianling basically just laughed it off. Several people were so angry that they wanted to beat him up. As soon as they entered the back garden, everyone smelled the fragrance of barbecue. Although this was the back garden and also a part of the imperial garden, after being swept by the locusts, only withered branches and withered leaves were left, as well as clusters of tender buds. And not far away, Li Shimon's bright yellow robe was seen by several people from afar. And at this moment, Li Yuan's excited voice also sounded from the other side. "Where is he? Where is the emperor? He brought good things but didn't know to give it to Lao Tzu to taste first. What kind of logic is this? All of you get out of the way, I want to see what the emperor is doing hiding in this small garden." Whether it was Li Shimon or the people who had just entered the back garden, they all hurriedly got up at this time. "Welcome, Father Emperor, retired Emperor. Get up, get up." Li Yuan couldn't wait to walk to the strange brazier that he had never seen before. To be precise, he looked at the barbecue that was sizzling with oil and said, "Where did that kid get this thing?" "Father Emperor, this son just came back from Zhang Feng's place. This is not this thing. Because of some reason, this son is letting the imperial chef study it. Did you get it out?" Li Yuan ignored the sweat on the faces of Li Shimon and the other two, as well as Wu Go. He grabbed a piece of barbecue that was already cold and took a bite. In an instant, Li Yuan's cheeks swelled up, and he was eating with a face full of enjoyment. Not bad, it's the taste of that kid. Right, come, all of you come sit. You, hurry up and barbecue, or I'll chop you. Li Yuan greeted everyone while sitting cross-legged on the floor, staring at the grill and eating. Everyone looked at each other and imitated the retired emperor and sat on the floor. Do you have wine? Did you only take the meat and not the wine? Li Yuan ate a few more mouthfuls before he came to his senses and asked. Yes, Imperial Father, please wait a moment. I have something to tell you. Brother Zhang Feng has come up with a new trick this time. Do you want to try it? However, regarding this wine, allow me to keep you in suspense for the time being. You can drink Zhang Feng's previous wine first, and allow me and the others to try this new wine. What do you think? Don't. If that brat dares to make fun of Zhen will definitely skin him alive the next time I go there. Oh right, didn't you drink all of it? If you can drink it, why can't I? This, Li Shimin was in a difficult position. He couldn't possibly say that it tasted like horse piss when he drank it for the first time, right? If he said that, wouldn't it be terrible? Imperial Father, why don't you watch them drink first before drinking? Just trust me this once. Li Yuan saw that Li Shimin was so cautious, then he waved his hand. Then, you guys drink. The few people couldn't help but lose their composure. Since the emperor said so, they couldn't help but feel guilty at this time. Come, Zhen will drink with you. This wine is different from any of Brother Zhang Feng's wines. It's even different from the fermented glutinous rice. It's a bit unpalatable the first time, but I also felt uncomfortable the first time. However, when you endure it and drink a few more mouthfuls, you'll realize that this thing is really good. While speaking, Li Shimin looked at everyone and drank in big mouthfuls from the bamboo tube. Although Fang Xianling knew what this wine was made of, the rest of the people didn't know. Now that they saw the emperor drink it and looked at the bamboo tube on the table, Wei Zheng and Qing Yaojin went forward almost at the same time, unscrewed the seal, and put it on their mouths. Zhang Sun Wuji, Du Ruhui, and Fang Xianling saw that the two of them drank it. What could they do? They also hurriedly went forward to imitate the two of them and drank. Pfff. However, when everyone drank the wine, they couldn't stay calm in an instant. The pungent smell instantly caused everyone to spurt out uncontrollably. Fortunately, Xiao Gizi and Wei Shuyu were already prepared. After everyone drank, they hurriedly opened 2 oil paper umbrellas behind them and covered in front of Li Shimin and Li Yuan. Li Yuan was stunned. All the ministers were dumbfounded. This was wine? This wasn't horse piss. The emperor actually drank this just now? Everyone looked at Li Shimin in disbelief. Wei Zheng was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Your Majesty, what is this? You just drank this? Wei Zheng was going crazy. What was this? What was Brother Zhang Feng doing? This kind of thing, wasn't this cheating people? Don't, Prime Minister Wei, don't be agitated, let's talk slowly. Shimin, although Zhen didn't drink this wine, Zhen has already explained your origin. What is this? Why does it look and smell like horse piss? Did something happen to you? Chapter 444. Li Shimin was somewhat speechless. If Li Yuan was not here, then everything would still be fine. However, now that Imperial Father was here, there was no way to talk about this thing. But fortunately, Imperial Father did not drink it. If he found something, then it would be easy to handle. Imperial Father, this thing is a new kind of wine. This son drank it for the first time at Zhang Feng's place and was indeed not used to it. At that time, when I drank the third mouthful, I really discovered that this thing was a treasure. If you don't believe me, Qing Yaojin, don't you love to drink? We now order you to drink all the wine in this bamboo tube in one go. If you drink it, I will reward you with a jar of Zhang Feng's fine wine. Your Majesty, is this true? When Cheng Yaojin heard this, his expression instantly became excited. Although this thing did not taste good, when he was fighting back then, when there was no water to drink, he even drank his own urine. What was this? Seeing Li Shimin nod, he raised his neck and gulped it down in front of everyone's grinning eyes. After he was done, he even snorted. TSK, TSK, TSK. Your Majesty, can I drink another one? After drinking this bamboo tube, I really discovered something, but this thing is really a bit hard to describe. We allow it. If you can drink it, all the wine here is yours. Li Yuan frowned and stared at Cheng Yaojin's eyes. After seeing that he really did not have the slightest suspicion of flattery, without waiting for Li Shimin to speak, he waved his hand and agreed. Cheng Yaojin was a straightforward person with a one-track mind. His personality of being addicted to wine as if it was his life, as well as his straightforward personality, had always been liked by the Li royal family. This was also the reason why he could become one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, after hurriedly thanking Li Yuan, he started drinking to his heart's content. And when he drank 3 jars of wine, his stomach instantly swelled to the point that he could not drink anymore. How is it? Have you tasted anything yet? Li Yuan asked hurriedly. Wei Zheng and the others looked at the bamboo tube in their hands, then looked at Cheng Yaojin, who was still drunk, waiting for his answer. This wine, hiccup. Although it tasted like horse urine for the first time, this thing is really something. It's sweet, mellow, and has a strong taste of malt. Your Majesty, is this wine made by Fengzi? Is this made from malt? My dear minister, you're right. This thing was something that Zhang Feng and his brother had just created. Tell me, what do you think of this thing? Good. Was there even a need to ask? I can guarantee with my life that if this thing were to spread out, it would be the grape wine of the western regions. All kinds of wine from the Tang dynasty. They were all F***king trash. And I'll say something unpleasant, this wine, even if that woman who doesn't drink came, she could drink 2 or 3 jars. Cheng Yaojin was obviously drunk. As he drank, he did not wait for Li Shimin to call him. He took a meat skewer and bragged as he ate. And how could Li Yuan and the others still sit still? There were at most 30 bamboo tubes on this table. In such a short time, he drank more than 10. If this went on, then what would the others have? Needless to say, Li Yuan's neck was the same. He imitated Cheng Yaojin's appearance and drank to his heart's content. Father Emperor, this son salutes you. Later, this son has an important matter to discuss with you. Good. Come, come, come. Let's all drink together. And you, kid, you come too. We find you pleasing to the eye. Li Yuan waved his hand and pointed at Wei Shuyu. Only then did Wei Shuyu joyfully express her gratitude. Then, she started to shout with everyone else. The few of them suppressed the discomfort in their hearts. After drinking the bamboo jug of wine, they found that this thing was really something. It was a bit like fruit wine, but the taste was a bit like the wine with the lowest alcohol content at Zhang Feng's place. However, their mouths were filled with the taste of malt. This was not all. If you said it was fermented glutinous rice, it was not. It was not that sweet. In any case, it had a strange taste. And this taste, the first contact was really not that good. However, when the third sip was taken, the waves of bubbles filled the stomach, and the comfortable feeling in the stomach was not comparable to any kind of wine, or even any kind of food. Come, come, come. Father Emperor, the effect of this wine will be better with barbecue. You guys don't drink it foolishly. Come and try it. This is good stuff. You all have eaten it before. This thing with beer is really satisfying. Today, there is not much wine, but we have enough barbecue. In less than 2 hours. The wine was gone. The meat was also gone. One by one, they held their stomachs and burped. Wei Zheng and the others even went to the toilets several times. At this time, each of them walked as if they were stepping on cotton, drifting. Shimon, don't you have something to say? Now tell me. When Li Shimon heard this, he said, Father, do you think that once this wine becomes an industry, combined with this barbecue, it will stimulate all the people, as well as businesses, once again? The most important thing is, will this beer be accepted by the people of the Tang dynasty? Chapter 445. Li Yuan was very happy today. Because this was the first time Li Shimon discussed matters of state affairs with him since the Black Tortoise Gate. Moreover, he did not avoid it at all and asked in front of his most trusted minister. This could not help but make Li Yuan sigh endlessly. Shimon, you guys can discuss this matter. We are old, and we are too lazy to care about these things. However, we have to say a few words about this matter. The wine is good stuff. This barbecued meat is also good stuff. We know that during this period of time, you have gathered immeasurable good things for the Tang dynasty. You even got the Tubo and Tuyuhun chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, sheep, and horses, and even the Tujua horses. This is a good thing. However, this way, because the people have just passed, everyone is immersed in the pain of losing food. This is a good move to divert their attention. However, you have to remember that food is the most important thing for the people. Although the people have made a fortune because of the locusts, you can't just go and ask for money so straightforwardly. This is good stuff, but have you considered whether the people can afford to drink such good stuff? They can afford to drink it, Imperial Father. Take a guess. How much does this bamboo bottle of wine sell for? Li Yuan weighed the bamboo bottle in his hand. It looks like it's only 1 caddy. No matter what, it should be 10 copper coins, right? Moreover, this is made by that kid. No, it only costs 1 copper coin. What? 1 copper coin? Li Yuan was stunned when he heard this. Such a good thing, and you're telling us that it only costs 1 copper coin? Li Yuan was dumbfounded. Such a good thing, no matter how worthless it was, it should be worth at least 10 copper coins or 100 copper coins, right? However, it was only 1 copper coin when it came here. If it was calculated like this, how much was the cost? What kind of wine was sold at such a low price? Wasn't this a loss-making business? What was this kid doing? He did not seem like a good person. If he, Zhang Feng, could do such a loss-making business, he would not be called Zhang Feng. Li Yuan wanted to beat him for being so stingy. How could he be so cheap? Li Yuan could not help but think of an inconceivable thing and asked, you tell us, what is this thing brewed with? This thing is definitely worth more than 1 copper coin, right? Father. Li Shimon smiled faintly and said, Official Feng, why don't you tell retired emperor about it? Yes, your majesty. At this moment, Zhangsun Wuji and the others hurriedly looked at Feng Xianling. Your majesty, here's the thing. The wine is only worth this much. Aren't the people in Chang'an city in a state of panic because of the food disaster? That day, I went outside the city to investigate, and I met Brother Zhang Feng by chance. Then, I told him about this matter. Originally, I just wanted to complain, but I didn't expect Brother Zhang Feng to actually have a way. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison. As far as I know, the wheat has already sprouted. Even if you feed it to pigs, they won't eat it. What can he do? Could it be that the wine we're drinking was made by this thing? It can't be. Everyone was shocked. Li Yuan was an impatient person. He waved his hand and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so wishy-washy. It's annoying to listen to. Yes. Feng Xianling stopped sighing and said, here's the thing. The wheat really can't be used, and I personally tested it. It's bitter to take a bite, but brother Zhang Feng said it can be brewed. At that time, I really didn't believe it. But today, when His Majesty summoned us to the palace to taste the wine, I suddenly realized that this thing is brewed by the useless wheat. Then it makes sense. In this case, doesn't it mean that the disaster our Tang dynasty suffered this time has become a blessing? This little guy is really amazing. When Li Yuan heard this, he sighed with emotion from the bottom of his heart. You guys, tell me. I think this thing is feasible. It's up to you guys. If you guys think it's feasible, let's discuss how this thing should be operated. After all, Zhang Feng, that brat, is very cunning. When the time comes, he will definitely make a move. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his big words. And you've tasted this thing. You all know the taste and the value of this thing in the future. Think about it. I've decided to take 30%. Let's go. I'm drunk before I even drink it. Alas. It's easy to get sleepy at this age. Li Yuan left under everyone's stunned gaze. He was robbing in broad daylight. But who dared to say anything? Well, Your Majesty, I recently made some money because of the bone-strengthening powder, so I want to invest some. Your Majesty, I also have some meager savings. I also want to invest some. I also have the 100 taels of silver that Your Majesty gave me last time. I'll invest too. Li Shimin was a little speechless. Originally, this thing was for them to make money together. He planned to pay for it alone, but he really didn't expect them to be so rich. Okay, then tell me, how much are you going to invest? I'll invest 150 taels. 200 taels, 500 taels. 630 taels, that's all this old official has. Chapter 446. Alright. Just keep your money as a coffin capital. I've already thought of this matter. You can go and deal with it. When the time comes, you won't be short of money. By the way, I've decided to try it out first. Where do you think it's best to try it out? For the time being, they could only say that they had just accepted this thing. If they didn't try it out before putting it into production, it would be really dangerous. For the sake of conservatism, Li Shimin still decided to try it out first. Otherwise, if he invested so much money, not to mention whether it would be a loss or not, how many people would be able to accept the taste of the beer? Your Majesty, I think that we should let those guys in the imperial court have a taste of this thing first. After all, the ones who can drive this thing first are definitely not the common people, but the sons of the nobles. Zhang Sun Wuji squinted his eyes and said. Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up. No, there's another place that can instantly test out the market for this wine. Yen Lai Restaurant. Also, if we let Ching Chumo and the others go and take this thing out, Old Wei, you're very bad. My Chumo learned bad things from those guys. You still want him to do this? Wei Jing rolled his eyes. Your son isn't any better. He's still better than your son. My son is now working well by Your Majesty's side. You see, alright. Don't quarrel with him when you see him. Li Shimin waved his hand. He sat down on the stone bench and picked up a skewer of barbecued meat. As he ate, he drank beer and said, this matter is settled. Shuyu, work hard tonight. Go to Feng Zi and get some wine. Tell him that I'm experimenting. If it works, this matter will be settled in less than 10 days. Yes. Also, quickly pass this matter to Ching Chumo and the others. I'll give you half a month's leave. If you do this well, I'll allow you to take an idle job. When Li Shimin's last sentence sounded, Wei Shuyu was really excited. He had been waiting for these words. During this period of time, seeing Ching Chumo strutting around the streets in front of him, even boasting about Yen Lai Lu's Huji, not a single one of this didn't make him angry. However, he had a duty. Without the emperor's permission, he didn't dare leave Li Shimin for too long. But now, Stroking the poker cards in his bosom, he couldn't help but run all the way to the Department of Affairs to get a fast horse. With a flick of his clothes, he changed places with the servants cleaning the night incense and ran away. She ignored the palace maids who were covering their noses in horror. The next morning, in the political announcement hall, all the ministers were glowing. The first thing they said to each other was, "How much did you earn?" Every minister had a smile on their faces. Her body, her feet, and even her hair was tied up in a bun. All of them were bejeweled. Obviously, everyone had tasted the sweetness of the bone-strengthening powder this time. His Majesty has arrived. Little Gizi's voice rang out at the entrance of the back hall the moment the morning bell rang. Everyone hurriedly bowed and shouted in unison, "Welcome, Your Majesty. You may rise." Li Shimin walked up to the dragon throne and sat down. He waved his hand and said, "Recently, I learned that the bone-strengthening powder is selling well, and all of you have made a lot of money because of this matter. This is a good thing. Only when the officials in the imperial court are rich can the economy of the Tang dynasty be more effectively promoted. I am very fortunate. Come, bring wine. I want to drink a barrel of wine with all the officials." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What was wrong with the emperor today? He was giving wine and praising everyone. This wasn't right. Didn't the emperor always oppose the ministers in the imperial court like this? Although everyone did make a lot of money in this business, everyone's heart was like a mirror. The emperor was the one who earned the most. Which one of them didn't know that they could take this thing with confidence? That would be a strange thing. Just last night, the Minister of Works had personally paid them a visit and calculated how much money they had earned during this period of time. He had even brought the banknotes with him. What could they do? Refuse to give them money? That was obviously disobeying the emperor's order. They all knew that the emperor wanted to hoard everyone's money and put it in the Tang dynasty's treasury by making these banknotes. But they couldn't find a trace of objection. After all, banknotes were indeed lighter than rolling copper coins, but they were still a piece of paper. They were not as practical as piles of money. However, this was the emperor's intention. The emperor was willing to make money with them. This was equivalent to the emperor giving them a chance. At this time, who dared to say anything? They were really courting death. Therefore, in just one night, the emperor's treasury had accumulated at least 1,000,000 taels of gold in reserve. It would be strange if the emperor was not happy. However, at this time, he was giving wine in the political announcement hall. And it was a barrel, not a jar. This was something. Was the emperor really happy? Chapter 447. Thank you, Your Majesty. What could the crowd say? They hurriedly knelt down and sang loudly. The moment they knelt down, there were palace maids and eunuchs hurriedly carrying trays to the political announcement hall. Xiao Gizi personally took the tray for Li Shimin. At this time, the crowd dared to raise their heads and look at the tray in front of them. At first glance, everyone thought they were mistaken. They rubbed their eyes and confirmed that it was indeed a bucket. And it was the smallest bucket, a bamboo tube. Was this wine? Was this really wine? The officials looked at the wine on the tray and couldn't help whispering. Hey, what wine is this? Why does it smell like fermented glutinous rice? No, it's probably not fermented glutinous rice. What is it? Everyone. Li Shimin stood up with a smile, picked up the bamboo tube, unscrewed the cork sealed with gum, and said, "This is a good thing that I happened to get recently. Try it. Although the taste is a little pungent at the first time, when you force yourself to drink it, you will find that you can't stop at all." Li Shimin's words instantly made all the officials unable to sit still. They curiously imitated Li Shimin's appearance and pulled out the cork. Some people even used too much force and intuitively broke the bamboo tube. In an instant, a white foam rushed out of the bamboo tube. The official trembled with fear and wanted to throw away the bamboo tube in his hand subconsciously, but after seeing Li Shimin, he resisted the fear and withdrew his hand. The white foam, along the official's hand, dripped to the floor of the political announcement hall. In an instant, a strange smell made everyone twitch their noses. What was this? Was this thing really wine? This can't be. Why does it smell like horse urine? Shut up. Don't you want to live? In everyone's frightened voices, Li Shimin acted as if he didn't see or hear anything. He stood up, held the bamboo tube high, and said, "Everyone, please drink this bucket." While speaking, Li Shimin didn't wait for anyone's response and gulped it down. Cheng Yaojin looked at the crowd with disdain and roared, "Come, come, come, let's drink too. A group of bookworms, your mouths are usually full of the smell of ink. Now, even our emperor has drunk it. What are you doing?" While speaking, Cheng Yaojin, Wei Zheng, and the others also picked up their bamboo tubes, and gulped down the wine. Cheng Yaojin even purposely smacked his lips and glanced at Yu Qigong. That hint of jealousy and provocation caused Yu Qigong and the other generals to explode. Wasn't it just finding something to drink? Lao Tzu had drunk his own urine before. Why would he be afraid of this? His Majesty has already drunk it, how can we not drink it? Generals, heed my command. Ha! The generals looked at Yu Qigong. Even Cheng Yaojin had drunk it, so how could they not? This was a group of men made of flesh and blood. The two generals had already drunk it, so what could they do? Ha! Let's drink for the Tang dynasty. Loud and clear voices resounded in the political announcement hall. The civil officials couldn't help but blush. What should we do? What should we do? Let's drink. His Majesty has already drunk it. Are we more pretentious than His Majesty? Ha! Everyone resisted the urge to vomit and forcefully swallowed all the wine in their mouths. It was as if they were drinking poisoned wine. Li Qingxian was no exception. However, when he remembered that this thing was made by Zhang Feng, and that his father and the Emperor Emeritus had drunk it yesterday, and that his father was drinking it in front of all the officials, how could he not drink it? At first, his stomach was churning, but after the third mouthful, he slowly tasted a little of the wine. It wasn't that bad after all. He couldn't help but continue drinking. He swallowed the bamboo tube. Before he could taste it, Cheng Yaojin, who was standing next to him, bumped into Li Qingxian. How is it? The wine is still there, right? It's not bad. What kind of wine is it? Beer. Beer? Li Qingxian was confused. He had drunk fermented rice, fruit wine, and water wine. He had even tasted alcohol, but it was the first time he had heard of beer. He couldn't help but feel confused. At this moment, Li Shimin put down the bamboo tube. He looked at the confused eyes of the civil and military officials. He laughed and said, "Everyone, how's the taste of this wine? Your Majesty, may I ask what kind of wine it is? Why did I feel like I was drinking horse piss when I tasted it for the first time? But after the second time, why did I suddenly feel that this wine has a strong malt taste? When this wine entered my stomach, it didn't go as smoothly as other wines. Instead, it made me feel like my stomach was squirming. Your Majesty, I also had the same feeling, and I kept burping. I had some indigestion, but when I drank this barrel of wine, why did I feel, Your Majesty, is this wine a tribute from the barbarian tribe in the wilderness? Otherwise, why haven't I heard of this wine before? Ha ha ha, this wine. It's none other than the product of our Tang dynasty. The name of this wine is beer. I've set up a market square at the Vermilion Bird Bridge. After the court, if you want to drink, there will be plenty. And this bamboo tube only costs 1 copper coin. Chapter 448. On the Vermilion Bird Bridge. At this time, little Gizi had already quietly left the political announcement hall to come here while he was drinking. This place was already filled with people from the imperial kitchen, and the fat imperial chef was running back and forth to give orders. Because the Ministry of Works followed Zhang Feng's barbecue racks, they could only rush out 30 or so barbecue racks overnight. There were even more than 20 braziers that were temporarily made with iron bars. Although they didn't look as good as the meticulously made braziers, at least they could be used. At this time, 50 barbecue racks were lit at the same time on the Vermilion Bird Bridge. In an instant, the bridge was shrouded in smoke and dust. The patrolling Imperial guards would scold them from time to time. But after seeing little Gizi, all the Imperial guards were like mice that saw a cat. They turned and left. Little Gizi was too lazy to lower himself to the level of these soldiers. He simply moved a chair and sat in the most conspicuous position. Anyone who came would be able to see him. This also saved him a lot of trouble. Although little Gizi was like a sheep in front of the emperor and the dukes, other than this, he was the master that made all the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace afraid. Little Gizi was too fierce and always had a cold face, which made people not know what to do. As for any order from the emperor, even if it was to kill, he would do it for the emperor. Now, looking at the sky and the chaotic scene, little Gizi was angry. "You haven't eaten yet. There's still an hour before the court is dismissed. If all the ministers pass by and still haven't eaten this, you can just wait to throw the fellow on your neck into the latrine pit. Gong, please wait. It'll be ready in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." The fat imperial chef hurriedly ran over and bowed. Little Gizi glanced at the fat imperial chef and scolded sternly, "The time it takes to brew a cup of tea? What are you afraid of? If you delay the emperor's matters, that's disobeying the imperial edict. No matter how I see it, you want to disobey the imperial edict. The emperor wants to give you a chance here, and you don't know what's good for you? You're here because I found you. If you dare to delay my time, I really want to feed your meat to the cat." Little Gizi's frightening words instantly made the fat imperial chef's legs go soft. "Eunuch, please wait for a moment. Everything will be done in an hour." Normally, the imperial kitchen was basically a place where no one cared about anything. As long as you could arrange the meals for the emperor, the empress, and the concubines on time, no one would care about it. This time, he originally thought that he could follow this damn fatty to freeload, but he didn't expect to encounter little Gizi as soon as he arrived. The people who came this time were basically the stewards of the imperial kitchen. Not for anything else, but because this time Zizi was setting up a stall on the Vermilion Bird Bridge. At that time, the emperor, the empress, and all the officials would come here. This was a rare opportunity to be recognized and then climb up the ranks. If the emperor was happy, they would be able to achieve meteoric success in an instant. However, they were already unfamiliar with starting a fire, but they still had the ability to roast meat. When they heard little Gizi say that in an hour, the officials would come to eat, everyone couldn't help but panic. Everyone puffed up their cheeks and squatted on the ground to blow. Not to mention the sparks, even the ashes were blown away. Little Gizi became angrier and angrier as he watched. "Fatty, are you sure you didn't disobey the imperial edict? Are you sure these guys are from the imperial kitchen?" Hearing this, the fatty wiped the sweat on his forehead. "They are from the imperial kitchen, but they are people who don't usually do anything." Before the fat imperial chef could speak, a little eunuch beside little Gizi whispered in his ear. "Isn't this a cushy job? How can these people sit still? Aren't they here now?" Little Gizi was furious when he heard this. "Men, drag all of them away. Give each of them 50 paddles. Then, inform the Ministry of Justice that the imperial kitchen is guilty of corruption. Tell the Ministry of Justice to investigate this matter thoroughly." Hearing this, everyone in the imperial kitchen was scared out of their wits. They hurriedly knelt on the ground. "Eunuch, please spare us. Eunuch, we have worked hard even if we didn't do anything. Please spare us this time." "Spare you? Then when the emperor comes and sees you like this, who will spare me?" Men, you are all dead people. Drag me away and beat me. Beat me to death. Damn fatty, go to the imperial kitchen and get the people who are doing this here. If there is one more time, you will be soaked in the latrine. Yes. This time, the fatty really didn't disappoint little Geezy. The fatty was from the same hometown as him and they met by chance. Yesterday, the emperor wanted to find an imperial chef. At this time, little Geezy used some tricks. He didn't expect that this small imperial kitchen would have so much filth. How could little Geezy not go crazy? If this spread out that he, little Geezy, the head of the internal servants department, couldn't even help a fellow countryman, wouldn't this be a slap to his face? And the little fatty was very respectful. In less than a quarter of an hour, the people were here. A group of sloppy and greasy men. The little fatty waved his hand and everyone skillfully started the fire, cut the meat, wash the meat and skewer the meat. They didn't need to be told. Obviously, the fat imperial chef had already instructed them on the way here. Seeing this, little Geezy was really relieved. The moment the bell for the end of the court session rang, little Geezy waved his hand and said, "Go, set up the wine. Set up the tables and other things like the stalls in the market of Jianghu city. Put a table and chairs in front of each grill and serve the wine. Little fatty, now it's your turn to roast the meat." Okay. Chapter 449. The court meeting was basically about the current affairs. But now, except for the food shortage after the end of the locust plague in the Tang dynasty, there was basically nothing major. Fang Xianling also explained the source of the beer to everyone. Everyone couldn't help but shut their mouths in the end. After chatting for half an hour, Li Shimin waved his hand under the hint of the little eunuch and said, "Everyone, the court is dismissed. Let's go to the Vermilion Bird Bridge to have a look. Today, I specially set up a surprise on the Vermilion Bird Bridge as a reward. But you have to pay for the food." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly kowtowed. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Her Majesty the Empress is here." At this time, Zhang Wugo, dressed in court clothes, slowly appeared at the entrance of the political announcement hall with a long phoenix wing cloak. Seeing this, all the officials hurriedly kowtowed again. "Welcome, Your Majesty the Empress." Although they kowtowed, everyone couldn't help but be secretly shocked. What day is it today? The Empress actually came out in person? And she even wore a phoenix robe that she hadn't worn for a long time? What's going on? Rise. Zhang Wugo didn't enter the political announcement hall. Instead, she opened the door and waited for Li Shimin. Li Shimin waved his sleeves and went out of the political announcement hall. He supported Zhang Wugo and walked slowly with the officials to the Vermilion Bird Bridge. "Your Majesty, I heard from Shuyu and Qian yesterday that you and father drank something extraordinary in the back garden." "Yes, but don't drink it later. If you want to drink it, wait until we return to the palace." "Why?" "This, you'll know later." Li Shimin made a riddle. Zhang Wugo rolled her eyes. "Old Fang, you hit it well. Why didn't you tell us such a good thing?" On the way, Cheng Yaojin and others began to complain about Fang Xianling again. Fang Xianling followed closely with his hands behind his back as if he didn't hear it. "Look, the answer is here." "What did the old man say? Isn't it all here?" While Fang Xianling was speaking, they smelled the scent of cumin and the aroma of meat. They couldn't help but look at the Vermilion Bird Bridge in disbelief. Both sides of the Vermilion Bird Bridge were filled with stalls that they couldn't understand. In these stalls, people dressed in imperial chef's clothing were handcuffing skewers of meat over the stove. But aren't these skewers a little too small? "Everyone, please begin." Li Shimin waved his hand. Everyone on the Vermilion Bird Bridge uniformly knelt on the ground. "Welcome, Your Majesty and Empress. Rise. Do whatever you need to do, now." "Yes." As Li Shimin's voice fell, the fat imperial chef rolled his eyes and shouted, "Roast chicken wings. High-grade roasted chicken wings." Hearing this, what else could all the imperial chefs wait? Now all the heads of the imperial kitchen were arrested. Now only the fat imperial chef was left. He was the roaster personally appointed by the emperor, and he was also from the same hometown as the head of the internal servants department. What did they dare to say? One after another, they followed the fat imperial chef's appearance and shouted like the peddlers in the poetry anthology on the street. But Li Shimon's trick really came from Zhang Feng's essence. This was the first time he had done such an unusual experiment in the almost a year he had been in contact with Zhang Feng. On the one hand, he wanted to let the empress and the imperial harem who didn't often go out of the palace experience it. However, he had a more important plan, which was to increase the popularity of this empty palace. There was an east market and a west market in Jianghu city. Then, should there be one in the palace? In this way, there would be a place for the running water in the palace. Otherwise, there would be problems if they were always stuck in the palace. For example, those imperial concubines and those who could not often go out of the palace. In fact, to put it bluntly, he wanted to make a small market for Li Yuan. Otherwise, how could his body stand soaking at the card table all day long? Jianghu city didn't dare to let him go out often. However, making a market was just a matter of waving his hand for Li Shimon. This experience for the princes and princesses could be handed over to the people of the Ministry of Works to carry out. How much is this roast lamb? At this moment, Cheng Yaojin's loud voice pulled Li Shimon back to reality. "General Cheng, this is 3 copper coins for a skewer." "Okay, give me 30 skewers." While speaking, Cheng Yaojin grabbed a big handful and gnawed while sitting on the chair to eat and drink. On the one hand, no one dared to do this now. However, what was Cheng Yaojin afraid of? Yesterday, he drank so much with the emperor. Now that no one was doing it, why didn't he take the lead? With him taking the lead, Wei Zheng, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others also found a stall and sat there to eat and drink. When the ministers saw that the Guogong had taken action, they couldn't help but go forward to buy things. Although the amount of this thing was small, after more than 2 hours of court assembly, coupled with the fact that they woke up before dawn to go to court, everyone was hungry to the point of dizziness. "Old man, give me 30 skewers of lard. I want the fatter ones. I want the pig's tail. Yes, and the pig's ears. Here, this is 1 tael of silver. Take a look. How much are the chicken wings?" Chapter 450. Guanyin maid, let's eat some too. This thing tastes better than mun mo hu. While they were talking, Li Shimon waved his hand and casually sat at a table with Li Qingqian, Zhang Sun, and Wu Go. The fat imperial chef ran over and said like a waiter, "Emperor, Empress, Crown Prince, what would you like to eat? Give me a little of everything." "All right, please sit down. I'll be right back." "Come, bring wine to His Majesty. Bring roasted pork kidney." Li Shimon's face stiffened. Cough cough. Cough cough. Xiao Gizi hurriedly coughed. Only then did the fat imperial chef realize. Seeing that the emperor was not angry, he hurriedly shouted, "Wrong, His Majesty wants to eat pork ribs." "Pork ribs? Little fatty, what's your name?" Li Shimon waited for the fat imperial chef to finish shouting and asked. Hearing this, the fat imperial chef excitedly knelt on the ground and replying to His Majesty, "This one is called Zhou Dafu. This name is festive." Li Shimon laughed. "Tell me, your body is," replying to His Majesty, "I entered the imperial kitchen 3 years ago. 3 generations of my ancestors were all chefs. I have a brother who is a chef in a restaurant in Jianghu. 3 years ago, I came to seek refuge with my brother, but by chance, I entered the imperial kitchen with my cooking skills." Zhou Dafu briefly introduced himself. Zhang Sun and Wu Go were also interested. "Your appearance is very likable, but this one heard that you and Xiao Gizi are from the same hometown?" Hearing this, Xiao Gizi and Zhou Dafu both knelt on the ground. Li Shimin chuckled. "Get up, this is the market. The Empress has no other meaning. Both of you, get up and talk." "Thank you, His Majesty." "Empress." The two of them thanked him and hurriedly got up. Replying to His Majesty and Empress, "This one is indeed from the same hometown as Zhou Dafu, but it was at the banquet last time that I went to the imperial kitchen and accidentally heard him speak his hometown language. But there's no need to explain. If I'm not at ease with you, who else can I be at ease with?" Li Shimin's indifferent words made little Gizi so emotional that tears fell from his eyes. Li Shimin ignored him. Instead, he looked at Zhou Dafu and said, "Zhou Dafu, I want to hold a gathering in the alleys of the palace every 3 days. What do you think?" Hearing this, Zhou Dafu was not the only one who was stunned. All the ministers who were eating and drinking were stunned. They instantly quieted down, waiting for Li Shimin's next words. Seeing this, Li Shimin stood up, raised his bamboo tube and drank a mouthful with everyone. "You all know that the rules of the palace are strict, but this is also the place where the imperial power is concentrated. Late at night, I will suddenly feel that the palace is a huge prison, locking me and everything in the palace. Your Majesty, you mustn't say that. Your Majesty, you can't say that, you can't say it. Your Majesty, forget it, forget it. I'm just expressing my feelings." Li Shimin waved his hand. "In fact, I've thought about this for a long time. There are iron-like rules in the palace. The people inside can't go out, and the people outside can't come in. So I'm thinking of giving it a try. If there's a market in the palace, will it bring a little more warmth to the cold palace? And this can also make me remember the people at all times, and give the Empress more places to relax. Your Majesty is benevolent. This method is feasible. Your Majesty, this method is brilliant. If this Vermilion Bird Street continues like this, before we go to court, if we can drink a bowl of hot wine, or a bowl of fermented rice, or eat a skewer of roasted meat, especially during winter, then that would be a supreme gift. Your Majesty, just tell me when you want to do it. I, Old Sheng, will bring my servants to help." "Ha ha ha. Okay, okay, okay. Since you all don't object, I'll do it. Du Ruhui, you and Fang Xianling will discuss this matter. As you wish. You all continue. I'm happy today. All the money is mine." After saying that, Li Qingqian frowned and said, "Father, you want to give the retired emperor, eat meat." "Oh." Li Shimin gently drank the wine, looked at the appearance of the ministers, and then said, "Zhou Dafu, I have a secret order for you. Are you willing to accept it?" "Secret order?" Zhou Dafu was stunned. But the emperor was talking with laughter at this time, so it was not good for him to kneel down. Zhou Dafu was so excited that the fat on his face trembled. "Your Majesty, just say it. Even if you want the meat on my body, I'll cut it off without hesitation." "Who wants your meat?" Li Shimin frowned. "I want you to go to a place to learn how to cook. You can only bring your brain and eyes with you. You can't ask or see too much. You only need to remember every step of the process. You only have 3 days. Can you do that? This servant will die 10,000 times. Okay, this matter only has 3 days. When the time comes, I'll let the crown prince accompany you. Drag it out for as long as you can. You must remember, during the time you're there, you must use it all to learn his cooking skills. But there's one more thing. This place, this person, and any word they say, you can only rot in your stomach. Can you do it? This servant will die 10,000 times without daring to say a word. If I do, I'll be struck by lightning." "Good." Only then did Li Shimin put down the last worry in his heart. He looked at Li Qingqian and said, "Qingqian, then I'll leave him to you." This son understands. Chapter 451. These days, Zhang Feng was happy and happy at the same time. Those dozen stones of malt were all brewed into barrels of beer. Cripple Wang once again sent 1,000 bamboo tubes, but Zhang Feng asked him to stop the production of bamboo tubes. Instead, he asked Cripple Wang to make a wooden barrel that could be hugged by a person. Hundreds of barrels of beer were sent out. Zhang Feng knew that this thing was absolutely profitable. At this time, the small bamboo tubes were definitely not enough. Old He, Zhu Zi's father, Zhu Zi's dog, and the neighbors who could work, brought the malt bit by bit. And Zhang Feng simply rented the house next door. The basement became a ready-made place to store beer. At least one mu of the yard above was all leveled. The unnecessary houses were all pushed down. Except for the courtyard wall, there was only a spacious house. And in the yard, at this time, bursts of malt smell basically lingered in the air above Hui Tong Fong for a long time. Even the old Xiaotsai and Wangpa could not sit still. They all came to make money. In a day, they could earn 10 copper coins, and they also provided food. Who would not be envious? But this was not a long-term plan. Although the old Xiaotsai was using the abacus, but this was not a good thing. Now, the orders were basically Laoli. It could not go on like this. This was not. In Zhang Feng's pub. Those who could come, and those who were smart, all came. Everyone's eyes were shining brightly as they looked at Zhang Feng, who was lying on the counter, waiting for him to speak. Zhang Feng did not delay. He said directly, "I asked you to come here today because I found a profitable business. If you are willing to do it with me, just tell me. Tomorrow, I will teach you. Is that okay?" "Feng Zi, you can't do this. Brewing wine is passed down from your ancestors. This thing, even if you want us to learn it, it is not for us, but for you. You are forcing us to die. Don't you understand the principle of not showing your wealth and not passing on the skill to two people? Although you are still single, you are bound to get married and have children. This thing, you should pass on to your baby son." "Ha ha ha, yes, Feng Zi, you are harming us by passing on this to us. You're making us unable to get over this hurdle in our conscience. Feng Zi, come out with me." The old Xiaotsai was more direct. He directly pulled Zhang Feng to the backyard with a black face. As soon as he entered the backyard, the old Xiaotsai saw more than a dozen grills in the backyard. "Feng Zi, what do you want to do? After knowing that you're dealing in this business, the Zhang family is also very happy. You said that you should start your career first before getting married. They've already agreed. Your marriage is basically set in stone. If you spread your winemaking skills to the public, believe it or not only you, but also the backbone of the Zhang family will be broken." "Xiaotsai, I understand." Zhang Feng patted the old Xiaotsai's shoulder and said, "Who said that I am going to pass on the wine brewing skill? Isn't this nonsense? Even if I, Zhang Feng, am stupid, I will not pass on this thing." "Then what do you mean?" The old Xiaotsai had been worried that Zhang Feng had been provoked, or because the marriage was too tight and there was a problem. Zhang Feng and the old Xiaotsai sat on the reclining chair in the yard and said, "Xiaotsai, you have seen my skills and cooking skills. In the future, I will definitely enter the imperial court as an official. However, the officialdom is dangerous. If I am not careful, I will be killed. Therefore, I want to use some of my other skills to tie up some connections. In this way, even if I commit a crime, there will be someone to help me, right? And you also know that I don't have a family now. Therefore, this wine brewing skill cannot be passed on. If I wanted to pass it on, I would have done it long ago. But cooking skills are nothing. It is just common sense. Therefore, I am going to pass on the barbecue and cooking skills. This way, the neighbors will have more skills and I can take the opportunity to make a name for myself. When I enter the imperial court as an official in the future, I will be able to get along well with the officials in the imperial court, right? The old Xianxia finally understood what Zhang Feng meant. He smacked his lips and said, I didn't think it through enough. I thought it was strange before and thought that you were lazy. But now it seems that this old man is ignorant and inexperienced. You have basically tied yourself to the imperial court with this wine trick. This will create a very good opportunity for you to enter the imperial court as an official. I won't try to persuade you anymore. Whatever you want to do, just do it boldly. Oh right, Xianxia, it is still the same thing as last time. In 2 or 3 days, my academy will open. At that time, you will still be the teacher of the academy. You know that I am lazy, so I still need you to do the common sense things. You can tell me all the specific requirements. The academy is opening so soon? Hearing this, the old Xianxia looked at Zhang Feng in surprise. The Imperial College actually agreed so quickly. You are opening an academy under their nose? Chapter 452. Zhang Feng and the old scholar had been discussing for about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, but the pub was already in an uproar. Everyone was arguing that if Zhang Feng wanted to pass on his skills to them, they would tie Zhang Feng up and marry him. Even if it was the betrothal money? Wouldn't they be able to find him after tying him up and searching the pub? At most, they would go to the prescription and get some medicine. On their wedding night, he would be more impatient than anyone else. At that time, his wife would be in charge. Would he be so reckless? Don't even think about it. As a matter of fact, when Zhang Feng entered the tavern, the atmosphere of the entire tavern changed. Zhang Feng looked at Old Ho suspiciously, but Old Ho didn't even look at him. Everyone, today, I, Feng Zi, will be honest with you. In the past year, everyone has helped me a lot. So, don't even think about this wine. I definitely won't pass it to you. Even if you put a knife to my neck, I won't do it. When the time comes, this thing will be passed down to my son. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that. Zhu Zi's father couldn't help but ask curiously, in that case, what do you have left? We don't know many big words. Don't pass on your things to me. That's right. Aren't you going to open an academy? When the time comes, you can ask both my sons to go. Ha ha ha. No, I'm talking about something else. Zhu Zi's father, you eat a lot of wine every day. Now you're saying that I don't have any skills other than wine? Tell me, which one of the dishes that I cooked up that didn't lick your fingers after eating? Zhu Zi's father's face turned red. Well, there was oil on my hands, I didn't lick it, alright. Now, our lives are better. Our waists are bulging. Everyone can afford to eat meat. So, I thought about it and came up with something good. Barbecue. Guzzi, bring it out for me. Okay. Go Zi and the others had eaten Zhang Feng's barbecued meat before. How could these little fellows sit still when they heard this? They all ran to the backyard to tidy up. Not long after, several people carried the stove and the grill to the tavern. The crowd hurriedly made way for them. What is this? It's so hot, what are you? Don't overthink. Don't ask. Look. Zhang Feng had a headache and hurriedly asked everyone to shut up. He took a bunch of mutton skewers from the table and placed them on the charcoal rack. He used a pig hair brush to brush oil on them and started to roast them. Not long after, the fragrance of the meat made everyone salivate. Come on, all of you, have a taste. This is what I'm going to pass on to you. Of course, this thing is definitely not free. I've passed on the ability to you. Whether you make money or not, I'll make a deal first. You have to give me 1 tael of silver every month. That's the technical fee. Also, I can give you a clue about this thing. You can eat and drink beer at the same time. In just 1 day, you can make thousands of coins. Hiss. So much? Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They had all drunk beer before, and in the workshop, there was always enough to go around. Although this was the first time they had barbecued meat, just by smelling it, they couldn't help but drink 2 mouthfuls. If this, 1,000 copper coins. How could this be? Seeing that everyone was tempted. Zhang Feng then said slowly, this is just this. The beer is counted separately. A bamboo barrel of beer is 1 copper coin to 3 copper coins. It depends on how you sell it. But if you take it from me, I'll sell it to you at 1 copper coin. This is the rule and I can't break it. But for this barbecued meat, we are all neighbors. If I don't benefit you, who will benefit? But I can guarantee that although this wine is only 3 copper coins, a bamboo barrel may be sold for more than 3 copper coins. Are you serious? Zhang Matzi, who was pouring the night incense, shouted loudly, which instantly made Zhang Feng stunned. I'm serious. But brother Zhang, can you change your clothes for me? If you dare to wear this night incense smell and do this for me, not only will I not give you money, I won't teach you. And you guys, the same. You have to wear clean clothes. At least you can't stink with sweat. This will affect the customer's appetite. To put it bluntly, this is smashing my reputation. You're smashing my reputation. Feng Zi, don't worry. The old man will personally supervise you. If anyone dares to be sloppy, he will break his 3rd leg and send it to you. Ha ha ha. Feng Zi, don't worry. We all understand this. Okay. Since you all understand, you can go now. Have a good discussion with your family tonight. Tomorrow I will teach you officially. Why not now? Get out of here. You stink with sweat, feet, and night incense smell. It's going to kill me. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Zhang Feng drove everyone away. Not to mention anything else. He was really sleepy. But when everyone finally walked out of the pub and Zhang Feng was about to close the door, a thick hand suddenly held the door. Feng Zi, I, Old Cheng, am here to give you money. Chapter 453. In an instant, Zhang Feng saw Cheng Yaojin's big face. As soon as he saw Cheng Yaojin smile, Zhang Feng instinctively felt that this guy was definitely up to no good. Looking behind him, Lao Li, Lao Sun, Lao Feng, and Lao Wei were all there. Zhang Feng was stunned. What's going on? Did you guys come as a group? That's really rare. You guys don't want to do business anymore? Sigh. Fengzi, how can we still do business? There are servants to take care of everything. Didn't we come here? Compared to your beer and barbecue, it's nothing. As they spoke, Cheng Yaojin hugged Zhang Feng and entered the small pub. Zhang Feng shook his head. He knew that this thing couldn't be hidden. Since they were all here, what could it mean? It could only mean that this matter had already spread among them. The few of them found a place to sit down. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to call them, they opened a bamboo tube of beer and drank to their heart's content. Fengzi, this is the money we earned from the beer and barbecue we took from you last time. Count it. Li Shimin smiled as he took out banknotes and an account book from his arms and pushed them in front of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't look at the banknotes. That thing was just a number to him. What he wanted to see was the flow of water and what was the most popular thing. After looking at it for a while, Zhang Feng smacked his lips and said, I really didn't expect that chicken feet and chicken wings, which no one usually eats, would become popular goods. Hey! Isn't that right? You thing. Lao Chen, can we talk about it properly? Zhang Feng was speechless as he interrupted Cheng Yaojin. Fang Xianling stood up with a smile. He pressed Cheng Yaojin down on the bench and said, let me tell you. Over the past few days, we've tried to sell it in 3 different places. The first place is Swallow Descent Restaurant, the second is the eastern and western markets, and the last place is on the path that the officials must pass through on their way to court. Guess what? This thing is selling like hot cakes. 3 days of time. The first day was on the Vermilion Bird Bridge, and the second day was simultaneously in the eastern and western markets and Swallow Descent restaurant. If Zhang Feng were to see this scene, he would be scared to death by Zhang Feng. No one had any intention of saying anything. How much? I remember that you only took 500 barrels? Zhang Feng asked. You remembered wrongly. What kind of brain do you have? We've already taken almost 1,000 barrels. Coupled with the barbecue, we've sold them for over 1,000 taels of silver in 3 days. Yet, the production cost is less than 100 taels of silver. Fang Xianling was so excited that he could not be any more excited. What was a cost-free business? This was a true cost-free business. A production cost of 100 taels of silver for a profit of over 1,000 taels of silver. How could he not be excited? Do you know how much the beer was sold for in the end when we were about to run out? Someone found a business opportunity and actually raised the price of the beer to 10 copper coins per barrel. Moreover, this was done by second-hand dealers. This won't do. For the time being, we'll sell this beer for 5 copper coins per barrel. Zhang Feng shook his head. Lao Li, you have to think of a way to deal with this matter. Although these second-hand dealers seem to have good intentions, as time goes on, this will ruin our reputation. What was this? This was King overpraising. Although this beer was able to attract a large number of people in a short period of time due to its freshness, once the price of this beer reached an outrageous level, the sales would definitely drop. To put it bluntly, this was a matter of quantity. This plaything could not be stored for long. Once the sales slowed down, within half a month, this plaything could only be thrown into the latrine pit. Li Shimon's expression changed slightly when he heard this. I'll remember what you said. I'll handle this matter tomorrow. Alright, you have to settle this matter well. This money will definitely be endless. Don't you guys know that people are trying to ruin your reputation? That's right. Zhang Feng's words instantly made everyone's expression stiffen. These words struck a chord in their bones. They were indeed only concerned about the immediate benefits. If this matter was allowed to fester, it would definitely become a huge knife that would cut off the beer and barbecue industry. Also, Lao Li, the price of this barbecue meat should be set according to the market price. Don't dig a hole and bury yourself in it for the immediate benefits. This is our first business deal. I really don't want to mess it up. Don't worry. I'll take care of this matter. Li Shimon nodded and said again, by the way, we've already discussed this matter. We've also seen it just now. As for the pub, we plan to buy all the properties on the street near the pub. When the time comes, the pub will be set up here. What do you think? That's good. As for the barbecue stall, are you sure you're only going to set up a stall? This was what Li Shimon did not understand the most. How could such a high-end thing be made so rustic? It would not cost much to set up a pub. That's it for the time being. I still have a follow-up plan. If the standards are set high now, it will be difficult later on. There's more? A flash of astonishment flashed across the faces of these people. However, it quickly faded away. Fengzi, the Kaihua Square Academy will open the day after tomorrow. The door has not been done yet. What do you think is a suitable name for it? Chapter 454. In Zhang Feng's academy. Although Zhang Feng didn't pay much attention to it, Li Shimon had always been concerned about it. In addition, now that Zhang Feng was ready to come out of retirement, it meant that Zhang Feng was about to enter the imperial court as an official. Once his identity was made public, then, therefore, Li Shimon was more anxious than anyone else. Moreover, the opening of this academy also indicated that the Guanlong group, as well as the 5 clans and 7 kings, had officially opened up their battle lines. At that time, although he would be in the imperial court to suppress them, it was inevitable that those corrupt Shandong nobles would come to provoke him. Although Li Shimin knew Zhang Feng's character, that was a person who did not want to suffer losses. At this time, it was unknown whether it would be good or bad if they touched him. However, if Zhang Feng could pull the Shandong nobles under his banner, it would be a great help for him when he entered the imperial court in the future. And by then, Guanlong wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The academy, Zhang Feng hesitated. But there was more reminiscence in his eyes. At this time, Li Shimin and the others were sensible enough to not disturb him. In Zhang Feng's memory, bits and pieces of his previous life also rushed into his eyes in an instant. Those former classmates and teachers, those days when he stood in front of the teacher's door all day to recite English words as punishment, how nostalgic. But now, everything couldn't go back. Let's call it the Chang'an University Academy. Zhang Feng thought for a while and finally came up with this name. Although it didn't sound as awesome as the Imperial College, this name would always remind Zhang Feng of his past. Chang'an Academy? Several people were confused. We all know Chang'an, but isn't this academy too simple? Fengzi, can you tell us about it? This. Don't ask. If you ask, you don't know. I have my own arrangements. If you are willing, do as I say. No, Li Shimin hurriedly interrupted Zhang Feng and said, look, I've also thought of a few names. We've been discussing this with them when we have nothing to do. I have 3 names that are more suitable. Do you think they'll work? The first one is called Listening Pine Pavilion, the second one is called Crane Savoring Pavilion, and the third one is called Scholarly Courtyard. Do you think they are suitable? What are these? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Take a look, Lao Li. What kind of place is Swallow Descent Restaurant? It was a brothel, wasn't it? Didn't the first 2 sound like that? The third one is okay, but it's too vulgar and can't reflect the power of our academy. But Chang'an University is different. Zhang Feng decided to speak openly. You all understand Chang'an, right? As long as you are a person of the Tang dynasty, there is no one who doesn't know it. This is the foot of the emperor. Then, with my ability, Zhang Feng, do you think the people I teach will be mediocre? No. Li Shimin thought for a while and shook his head. If Zhang Feng only learned 10% of his ability, he would definitely become a person like Zhuge Kongming. Would he be mediocre? Zhang Feng continued, isn't that enough? The people we teach are all people who want to go up and bring glory to their ancestors. At this time, the importance of the name of our academy can be reflected. Academy, academy. What we learn is university questions. That's it? Cheng Yaojin was dumbfounded. Fengzi, I have an idea. Do you think it will work? Say it. Why not call it Tianzi University? Get lost. Zhang Feng's lungs were about to explode from anger. If you were to tell this to an ignorant person, it would be strange if he didn't die from anger. Lao Li, the name of the academy has been decided. This is it. What university? Don't you think it's awkward? What should we learn? What about university? What does it mean? Who can understand it? Therefore, the name, Academy, sounds like an impressive name. Then, let's use this name. I'll find someone to carve the words. The red sandalwood plaque is ready. We're just waiting for your words. Li Shimin saw that he couldn't persuade Zhang Feng, so he let him have his way. In any case, none of them could compare to Zhang Feng when it came to eloquence. Moreover, no matter what the academy was called, as long as they could teach those people, even if it was a tacky name, they would still be able to make the academy shine. The matter of the academy was settled. Everyone drank wine, ate barbecue, and talked about the interesting things in Chang'an. Li Shimin asked, Fengzi, what did those neighbors come here for? What did they do? Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. You'll know when the time comes. These neighbors are very good to me. So, when I'm rich, I can't let them do the same, right? So, I'll help them if I can. As for what they can do, it's none of my business. Oh. Li Shimin didn't ask any more. After chatting about the things to pay attention to in the academy and the future development of barbecue, Li Shimin and the others left in a hurry. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng finally managed to send everyone away. He secretly took out his sunglasses and put them on. Then, he lay on the recliner in the backyard and fell asleep. Chapter 455. Before the rooster crowed in Huitong Fang, almost every family had lit up their oil lamps. The sound of coughing, washing, and even scolding and feeding pigs could be heard. It spread throughout the peaceful and quiet Chang'an city. Then, the sound of children waking up became louder and louder. The number of people on the street also gradually increased. Today, they did not go out of the city to look at the wheat fields or look for grasshoppers. Instead, they dressed neatly as if they were celebrating a festival. Some of them wore the clothes that they would wear for the new year and went out. Although the cotton-padded jacket was hot on their bodies, it was the only thing that they could wear outside. Everyone dressed up. Even those who usually had unshaven beards had gotten a beard early in the morning. Although their faces were full of cuts, it was difficult to hide the excited smile on their faces. Uncle He and Zhuzi's father did not sleep at all last night. At this moment, looking at the smiling faces of the people on the street, Uncle He could not help but sigh and curse. Alas! What a wastrel! Such a good thing, and you gave it to this group of bumpkins so easily? Damn woman, are you up yet? If you don't come out, Feng won't teach you anymore. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Old He's wife chased after her sleepy daughter and scolded Old He as she hurriedly chatted with the other women. Everyone was heading in the same direction. That was Zhang Feng's tavern. However, when they arrived at the tavern, they did not dare to speak loudly or knock on the door. They just found a place and sat down. When they were close to each other, they would gather together and chat. Zhuzi's father, come here, here. Uncle He finally saw Zhuzi's father. He greeted him and moved his butt to make a place for Zhuzi's father to sit. I'm wondering if I should talk to Feng Zi about this. I thought about it yesterday, but I don't understand. Why didn't he get such a profitable thing? Why did he give it to us instead? That's right. Before Zhu Zi's father could sit down, Old He had already started talking. I don't know, but isn't this Feng Zi's temper? Have you ever seen him being serious about anything? This wouldn't happen to anyone else, but if you ask Feng Zi to do it, he'll really do it. Sigh. This bunch of fools, we really let them off easy. Old Ho looked at the densely packed crowd and couldn't help but sigh. You don't have to worry about it. Feng Zi already said that he doesn't care. Besides, Feng Zi is going to be an official in the future. I asked the old elementary scholar yesterday and guess what the old elementary scholar said? Zhuzi's father nudged Old He and said, Feng Zi treats us as his own people. Think about it, when Feng Zi becomes an official, everyone on our street will be poor. Won't that make Feng Zi lose face? When Old Ho heard this, he couldn't help but think about what Zhang Feng had said to him during this period of time, as well as what he had done. Needless to say, he really understood. There was indeed such a logic behind it. Old He could not help but ask, then why didn't the old elementary scholar come? The old elementary scholar is rich now. Zhuzi's father's face was full of envy. Last night, the old elementary scholar was scribbling on a piece of paper. I don't know what he was writing, but I heard that Feng Zi's school is going to open tomorrow. What? Really? Old He couldn't help but shout excitedly for a moment. In an instant, everyone glared at Old He, as if they were annoyed that he had woken up Zhang Feng. Old He shrunk his neck and chatted with Zhuzi's father. It was also at this moment that Zhang Feng's door was pulled open by Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, who was still yawning, glanced outside the door and was about to unbuckle his belt to pee. However, he was frightened by the scene in front of him and held back his pee. "What are you all doing? It's not even dawn yet. What are you all doing squatting here?" Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. He was woken up by a piss and didn't have time to go to the toilet. He was about to relieve himself at the door, but he still took a look. Motherf ****. Basically, everyone on the street had come. There was a large group of men and women squatting. This time, Zhang Feng was completely confused. He glanced around the crowd and found Old He and Zhuzi's father. He hurriedly asked, "Old He, what's going on? Didn't you ask us to come over today to learn barbecue?" Zhang Feng patted his head and almost fell down. What time was it? The rooster hadn't crowed and they were already here? Even if they were in a hurry, they couldn't be in such a hurry, right? All right, get up and go back first. It's still so early. Come back at noon. We can't even see now. How can we learn? Zhang Feng directly ordered them to leave. Everyone looked at each other and then at each other. No one knew what to do. Wasn't it better to learn things as early as possible? Why did they have to wait until noon? Could it be that there was something to pay attention to? Zhuzi's father and Old He stood up and shouted. Go, go, go. Fengzi already said that we'll come back at noon. Look at all of you. Why are you so anxious? Are you afraid that Fengzi won't agree? All of you, get the hell back. Chapter 456. Zhang Feng couldn't sleep. Although it was still dark outside, he didn't feel sleepy at all because of what happened just now. He didn't expect that the opening of the academy would coincide with this matter. The reason why he agreed to Old Li's request to open an academy was to prepare for entering the imperial court in the future. However, these two matters were completely unrelated. If he were to do both, there would definitely be some unpredictable consequences. Moreover, with Chen Tiniu's character, would they stay in the academy obediently and be controlled by the old scholar? If that was the case, he wouldn't be called Chen Tiniu. It was necessary to teach them. He only needed to teach them military training, elementary and middle school mathematics, physics, and chemistry. He also needed to teach them the training scenes of the special forces that he had seen on TV. He could copy everything. Even if he were to copy what he had seen in television dramas, he would definitely be able to train them. It was just that it would be a little difficult. However, he had time. He also believed that the things that could be used in military training in the future were all ahead of their time and had never appeared before. In addition, their physique was as strong as an ox, so they could basically be trained. At that time, they would be instilled with some modern military knowledge. Then, wouldn't they be able to instantly grow after entering the military camp in the future? Moreover, it would be a rapid growth. It would also be a great help for him to enter the imperial court and quickly establish his own power. Fame. Everything was for fame. And what would happen after he entered the imperial court? Fengzi. Fengzi? You haven't woken up yet. The sun is already shining on your butt. Madman, get up quickly. Your wife is here. Zhang Feng was lost in his thoughts. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. He only woke up from his memories when he heard Cheng Chumo's voice. Coming. Hurry up. Zhang Feng complained. He didn't want to sleep anymore. He got up. Chen Tiniu's arrival at this time really helped him a lot. He was originally worried that it would take a long time to teach these neighbors. But now that Iron Bull was here, things would be much easier. With his unique loud voice and his ferocious reputation, these honest people would definitely learn these things in a very short time. As soon as he opened the door, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. Yo! Li Gan. Chongzi, idiot Wei, good fellow, the sun has just risen. For stubborn fools like you, this is the time when you should be sleeping. For you to come to my place at this time, aren't you causing trouble? Hey! Otherwise, we're brothers. Just thinking about it made me think of it. Cheng Chumo was delighted to hear that. He hooked his arm around Zhang Feng's neck and walked into the room. He said, Brother Zhang Feng, don't you think you're being a little too heartless? Zhang Feng was stunned. Where did this come from? When did I have a bad conscience? You have to give me a clear explanation. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer. He. Cheng Chumo laughed slyly. Don't think that I don't know about the last time. That's right, it's great-grandfather, Li Gan's grandfather. He's here, and you actually came up with some poker cards? Tell me, are you still my brother? You have such a good thing and you don't take it out to play with your brothers. You actually. Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sun complained to the two of them. They each took a jar of wine from the wine cabinet. Zhang Feng glared at them and said, Isn't it just about this? When do you think I'll be free? That thing was also stimulated by the old man's Go game and suddenly thought of this thing. You also know that I'm not a Go player. If you ask me to play that thing, how can I play it? Besides, I've already lost a few jars of wine. If I continue to lose like this, I'll also lose my crotch cloth. How can I not think of a way? Cheng Chumo heard this and glared at him. Then why do you think idiot Wei has this thing? He even took it out and showed it off in front of us brothers. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. How would I know? If you're here for this, then I'll teach you how to play cards today. Since you want to give me money, then I'll take it all. Later, I'll show you how good these things are. But now, since you're here, then I won't hold back. Later, my neighbors will come to learn how to barbecue. Listen carefully, I believe that you've all eaten this thing. As for the specifics, I'll only teach you 3 times. If you can teach your neighbors, then what do you want to learn? I can basically satisfy you. What do you think? Fengzi, is what you said true? Li Gan was so excited that he wanted to jump up and grab Zhang Feng's arm, but Zhang Feng subconsciously avoided him. Zhang Feng glanced at the excited Li Gan and said, I know what you're thinking. You definitely won't be able to learn that thing for the time being. Let me ask you, have you memorized the division table? Also, other than the division table, there's still a multiplication table waiting for you. These 2 things are the foundation. If you say. Before Zhang Feng could finish, Du Go interrupted him and said, Fengzi, that division table you mentioned, I think I've memorized it all. Zhang Feng, who was drinking tea, spat out the tea leaves in his mouth onto Du Go's face. What did you say? You said you've memorized it all? Zhang Feng really didn't believe this, but other than the freak in the strongest brain, only a computer could memorize things in an instant. Other than that, there really weren't many people who could memorize punishment chants within 3 digits in an instant. Could it be that he was really a math genius? Zhang Feng subconsciously asked, how much is 352 divided by 352? 1. Chapter 457. Without pausing, the moment Zhang Feng's voice fell, Du Go gave the exact answer. Even if this number was said without any consideration, this Du Go could miraculously connect it. This was what really shocked Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little angry. What's so great about memorizing this stuff? I'll tell you that there's something even bigger here. You. Forget it, I won't make things difficult for you. Since you've passed the first round, let me ask you, Li Gan. Even Du Dabing has learned it, how much have you learned? This. There have been a lot of things recently, so I've slacked off a little. But for the division table within 2 digits, I have basically memorized it. Oh my god, what kind of F***king evildoers are they? Zhang Feng looked up at the sky and sighed in his heart. But when he thought about the fact that school would start tomorrow and that he would have to face this group of freaks for a long time, Zhang Feng suddenly felt that agreeing to Lao Li's matter of opening the school was a stupid decision, but it was too late to back out now. Okay, you guys are all awesome, okay? But this is only the beginning. You guys will all roll to the school tomorrow. At that time, the real nightmare will begin. Mr. Do you think you can show off just because you can learn to divide within 3 digits? Let me tell you, I have seen a person who can instantly say the division of a number within 5 digits, and it can be any number. Hearing this, Li Qingxian and the others couldn't help but flash a look of horror in their eyes. Is this still a human? Even for Du Go, he had only managed to learn this after a period of exhaustion and forgetting to eat and sleep to crazily perform backup calculations. But what did they just hear? They actually heard someone say the division of a number within 5 digits in an instant? Is this still a human? Zhang Feng was naturally talking about the computer. Seeing their uncomfortable faces, he waved his hand and said, okay. Alright. Don't think about it. This matter is still too far away for you. Let's talk about the current matters. Right now, I have something that I need you to help me with. Yes, it's about the barbecue. All the academic stuff, when school starts tomorrow, you will have to suffer. I can only say that the division table is only the foundation. In an instant, the few people wanted to leave, and even the thought of playing cards with Zhang Feng disappeared in an instant. They didn't know how this evil creature would torture them tomorrow. No, they had to think of a good way. Otherwise, looking at this despicable face, they didn't know how he would deal with them. Damn de Bing, would you die if you were modest? Now that things had become like this, they wouldn't have a good time. Zhang Feng didn't give them much time to think. After all, this was free labor. And they were the notorious stubbornness in Chang'an City. Obviously, they were very fastidious when it came to food. Sitting on the barbecue table was probably the same. Zhang Feng ordered a few people to move the barbecue racks to the empty courtyard of the brewery next door. At this time, there were only a few people in the brewery. They were bargaining with old Xiaotsai about selling the malt. Zhang Feng never cared about these things. Now that he handed it over to old Xiaotsai, he really became a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. Otherwise, he would really be annoyed if he had to deal with these people every day. After finding a remote place, Zhang Feng ordered several people to set up the stove. After that, he took out a pile of red charcoal from the stove and took out some meat skewers that he had prepared in advance. You have seen me barbecue before. Now, you can watch it again. Let me tell you, after putting the meat on the stove, let it roast until the surface is oily. At this time, brush it with a layer of oil and sprinkle it. This will make it easier for the flavor to enter, and then, Zhang Feng carefully taught him how to remove the bad smell of mutton, how to marinate and roast chicken and duck legs, chicken wings, duck wings, and even how to marinate and roast chicken necks. To put it bluntly, all he needed to do was to master the basics of cooking with a handful of salt. The barbecued meat had to be fresh. This way, it could instantly lock in the fresh taste of the meat over a fierce fire. Then, it would be paired with cumin, spicy dogwood powder, and pepper. The taste would instantly make people salivate. After learning for a while, the few people really learned this. However, at this time, at the entrance of Zhang Feng's tavern, a group of neighbors arrived one after another. But when they saw that the tavern's door was wide open, they didn't see anyone. Instead, the smell of barbecued meat floated in the air. In an instant, everyone followed the smell to the tavern. When Zhang Feng saw old He's people coming, he said, "Boys, here is your chance. This is your first test. If you can teach these people how to barbecue in one day, then tomorrow, you will be qualified to enter my first school in the Tang dynasty, Chang'an Academy. Otherwise, you can forget about learning anything from me." Li Qingxian's people were very happy and even a little eager to have a try. But when they saw the dense crowd at the door, they were instantly dumbfounded. Fu *k, so many people? What is Fengzi doing? Chapter 458. Mr. He and the others came. Moreover, the number of people who came this time was even more than the number of people who came before the sun rose. At this time, the old scholar and the others who were working in the winery also looked over, but not because they saw it, but because they were attracted by the smell of barbecue. Feng, what are you doing? I'm going to sell this beer. I'm teaching them to make some barbecue so that we can expand our business. You want to make barbecue here? Aren't you messing around? Don't you know how important this place is? Go, go, go. Get out of here. The old scholar roared with a black face. Originally, he was against Zhang Feng's idea. Now, Zhang Feng wanted to teach him his amazing barbecue skills in this place. How could the old scholar not be angry? Hey, you old scholar. Prince Zhang is kind and wants us to do business. What are you doing here? Old Shucai, don't waste your time here. If you want, you can come too. By the way, I remember that the old scholar is going to the academy tomorrow. The moment this voice sounded, everyone was shocked. Only then did they remember what was going to happen tomorrow. It was a big event in Huitongfang. Zhang Feng's academy was open. Su Rian and the others couldn't afford to go to the academy for the time being. But it would be great if they knew about it. Did you see? The Chang'an Academy is our Huitongfang. It's opened by my acquaintance, Zhang Feng. How great is that? At that time, even if Zhang Feng doesn't teach us, we won't be able to afford it. When the barbecue becomes popular, we will have enough money to go to the academy. What's this? It's easy to do things in front of an acquaintance. What's more, it's in Chang'an City. After 3 years, even if he can be a county magistrate, he will be able to change his life. Feng, don't forget about this matter in our Huitongfang. The old man from Huitongfang and the aunties from Huitongfang rushed over. They almost wanted to throw Zhang Feng into the air and throw him back and forth a few times. Fortunately, after Cheng Chumo and the others coughed a few times, they discovered these murderous gods. Alright, when the academy opens, Fengzi is not the kind of person who forgets his roots. Next year, in June of next year, as long as you have a child above 6 years old in your family, you can come to the academy. Our Fengzi will open the back door for you. It's free of charge. Really? Instantly, everyone became excited. Get lost. The old village chief was anxious. Although Fengzi said that he doesn't want money, that's because Fengzi didn't forget his roots. But if you bastards dare to be greedy and not pay, then you might *king say that you're from Huitongfang. Our Huitongfang's people are not greedy. Yes. If anyone doesn't pay, get the *ck out of Huitongfang. For our sake, Fengzi cut off his flesh and gave you such a profitable business. You wolves, aren't you satisfied? Zhang Feng instantly had a headache. Li Qingqian and the others behind Zhang Feng were aghast. What was this? Although it didn't seem to be anything, everyone experienced a feeling that they had never experienced before. That was the feeling of being cared for and cared for. This was also the charm that only Zhang Feng had. Even Li Qingqian, as the crown prince, only feared and respected him. Besides that, without the brilliance of his body, what was he? Don't flatter me. Go do what you're supposed to do. I still have work to do here. The old scholar couldn't listen to it anymore. He waved his hand and scolded everyone. Only then did everyone remember that they were here for business. Sigh. You. The old scholar stomped his feet, glared at Zhang Feng, and left. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. He was a person who liked to be lively. Once it was no longer lively, he would feel uncomfortable all over and would feel twice as lonely. At this time, seeing that everyone's emotions were ignited, he waved his hand and said, "Everyone, today, it's these ruffians in Chang and who used to be the second generation in your eyes. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask them. If they dare to yell at you, just tell me. Tomorrow, I'll make sure that they can't enter the gate of the academy. And today, old he, Zhuzi's father, has worked hard. You too write down each of them. If anyone does not perform well, just tell me. If you don't perform well, they can't enter the gate of the academy tomorrow either." "Damn! You're cheating your brother." When Zhang Feng finished speaking, Cheng Chumo instantly couldn't stand it. He almost stomped his feet. Let this group of people supervise them? Damn it, what kind of stupid rule was this? Zhang Feng laughed. "This is my, Zhang Feng's, rule. Iron Bull, since you've chosen to learn something, you have to learn from the beginning. You have to learn what it means to bow your head and dare to be an ox." Zhang Feng knew that it was impossible, but his academy couldn't accept stubborn people. Besides, this was also a way to make them understand something that would be very useful to them in the future. And that was to be close to the people. As long as the heart was with the people, then in the future, no matter what profession they were in, they would have this in their hearts. "Brothers, let's go. Come, everyone, let's watch first. We won't teach you how to start a fire. Come, let's start by cutting the meat. Come, I'll explain the problem of hygiene to you. You can go wash your hands first. You, sir, can you throw away the cow dung basket in your hand?" Chapter 459. The next morning. The people of Chang and city woke up early again. At this time, Zhang Feng and the others were sleeping soundly in the tavern. Zhang Sun was even holding a deck of poker cards and yelling something in his sleep. The floor of the tavern was unsightly. Vomit, barbecued bamboo skewers, countless bamboo tubes, and so on. The group of rich second generations were lying on the ground or lying on the table. Even Wei Shuyu was giggling foolishly while hugging a wine jar. After 7:00 in the morning. It was a rare occasion for the old Xiozai to wear a white Confucian robe. On the white pillars on both sides of the door, there was a gilded couplet that read, "Diligence is the path to the mountain of books, the sea of learning is boundless, hard work is the boat." And right above it was a horizontal board that was personally bestowed with words by Li Shimin. The Chang An Academy, also known as Chang An University. However, there was no signature. It was not that Li Shimin did not want to add it, but that he could not do so now. Instead, it was Chu Suiliang, Yu Shernan, and the others who wrote their names on the plaque. Of course, Zhang Feng did not know any of this. Right now, he was sleeping soundly in the small tavern. The two pairs of stone lions at the entrance were comparable to the pair at the entrance of Huayu Imperial College. This time, basically everyone who had received the news had come. Jing Shu was the first to come. And when she came, basically all the stubborn children of Chang and city, as well as the students who claimed to be the descendants of Confucius and Mencius, came. There were also the people of Chang and city who came to watch the show, as well as the neighbors of Huitong Square. Li Shimin and the others did not see any of them. It was not that they did not want to come. In fact, they had been there for a long time, but they were watching from the gate tower not far from Kaihua Square. After all, this was the work of Li Shimin. At this time, if something went wrong, Li Shimin would really kill them. What's wrong with Feng Zi? Doesn't he know that today is the opening day of the academy? Li Shimin looked at the entrance of the academy and could not help but frown. And what about the crown prince and the others? Why didn't he come? This, replying to your majesty, it seems that they played mahjong until late last night. They are probably still sleeping right now, little Gizi whispered. Li Shimin's eyes reddened when he heard that. Nonsense. Quickly send someone to wake these bastards up. Even if you have to carry them, you must bring Feng Zi to the academy. Most of the great Confucian scholars in Chang'an are watching, and so are the people from the Imperial College. If anything goes wrong, the Crown Prince and the others will have to go to the Ministry of Justice to receive their punishment. As you command. This was the first time little Gizi had seen the emperor like this, so he hurriedly went in person. She also brought along a group of palace maids and a set of gorgeous Confucian robes that she had prepared beforehand. Luckily, Kai Hua Square was not far from Tong Hui Square. When the old elementary scholar realized that something was wrong, he had already asked old He to personally invite someone over. When little Gizi and the others arrived, Uncle He had already knocked on the door and opened it. Little Gizi, old He, and the others were dumbfounded when they saw the scene in the small tavern. What the hell were they doing last night? They did not even dare to look. The palace maids were so embarrassed that their faces turned red. Old He closed the door and kicked Zhang Feng's buttocks to wake them up. What are you doing? Zhang Feng also lost his temper. He was playing games in his dream. Before he could do anything, he was kicked in the buttocks. It hurt so much that he wanted to beat someone up. But just as he raised his fist, he saw little Gizi. This person made him feel uncomfortable just by looking at him. What's the matter? Old He, what time is it? What's the matter? Are you drunk? Today is the grand opening of the academy. Everyone in Chang'an City is here. Why are you still sleeping here? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded when he heard that. F***CK. What the F***CK? Hurry up. Damn it. It's all because of that damn Chintinu. F***CK. Let's go. I'll change my clothes and go. Prince Zhang, you don't have to change. My master has prepared clothes for you. Little Gizi hurriedly presented the prepared clothes with both hands. Zhang Feng grabbed them and walked into the inner room. However, before he could leave, he was stopped by little Gizi. Prince Zhang, the carriage is ready. The maids will change your clothes on the way to the academy. There's still an hour before the auspicious time. If you change clothes here, you won't be able to make it in time. Please get on the carriage. Then, please thank Lao Li for me. The carriage was also very exquisite. The carriages of officials and civil officials were different from those of Confucian scholars. The carriages of Confucian scholars and great Confucian scholars were also different. The carriages of Confucian scholars were made of straw mats. They were arched and decorated with some famous Confucian paintings. The carriages of great Confucian scholars were much more high-end. They were at least 10 feet high and made of pure mahogany. Some famous sayings of Confucius and Mencius were carved on the mahogany, as well as some symbols of the great Confucian provinces. Anyway, it was very troublesome. Zhang Feng couldn't understand it. As for the carriages of the civil officials, the palanquins were even more different. The decorations on the palanquins were different depending on the rank of the officials. The quality of the wood was also different. The color of the palanquins ranged from hemp, brown, red, and finally purple. The carriages of ordinary people were made of wood instead of the covers of the Confucian carriages. As soon as they got on the carriage, Zhang Feng was so scared that he wet his pants in an instant. The four maids naturally undressed Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was so scared that he covered his waist directly. What are you doing? What are you doing? Young master, don't be nervous. I'll help you change your clothes and wash up. Chapter 460. Is this still me, Zhang Feng? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Looking at his clean face in the bronze mirror, as well as the hairpin tied up high and the gorgeous white Confucian robe on his body, he was completely dumbfounded. Motherf ****, if he were to put on those sunglasses, he would definitely look like a rich second generation. Compared to before, Zhang Feng looked at himself in the bronze mirror at this time. He was like a completely different person. Which family's handsome young master was this? Zhang Feng was almost fascinated by himself. He was a person who didn't like to dress up, and he was usually too lazy to look at himself in the bronze mirror, but now? Where's the folding fan? Do you have a folding fan? Zhang Feng stretched out his hand, wanting to see if the appearance of wearing glasses and then waving a folding fan was enough to show off. But the palace maid's words made him completely give up. Young master, we don't have a folding fan for the time being. If you want, we'll go and prepare it now. Okay. Forget it. Zhang Feng thought about it and decided to forget it. By the way, where are Li Gan and the others? Why didn't they come? They're here. They're on the way with little director who really dares to come again. Little director? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. But the next moment, he thought of the guy who always spoke sinisterly. At this time, Li Qingxian and the others didn't feel good either. Because of the crown prince, although little Gizi didn't make things difficult for them, when they learned that the emperor was angry at this time, everyone was scared silly. They hurriedly changed into white Confucian robes. Except for Li Qingxian, the others could only follow the carriage and run. They had to run. If they delayed the time, would they go to the Ministry of Justice? They would definitely lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. They didn't dare to say that, but they didn't know how Zhang Feng, this pervert, would treat them. That would be the real misery. In this way, everyone went on the road with their own thoughts. On the other side, Li Yuan and Empress Zhongsun also changed their appearance, changed their clothes, and came to the city gate. Looking at the bustling downstairs, as if it was the new year, he narrowed his eyes and asked, "Where's that little guy? Didn't that brat love to show off? Why didn't he see him when it was such a good time to act cool? Don't tell me you're still asleep? Father. Greetings, retired emperor. Get up, get up. We're not in the palace, so there's no need to do anything. What would happen if someone saw us? Let's watch the show." Li Yuan chuckled and looked downstairs. Looking at the anxious old scholar, Li Yuan's face flashed with astonishment. But after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. Instead, he had a playful look on his face. "Shimon, this person, I know. This person is an old man now. He has been living in Tong Hui Fong and sells letters for a living. He doesn't know anything about this. I feel that brother Zhang Feng asking him to come is a wise decision. That's good." At this moment, the old scholar couldn't wait any longer. The Zhang family could not wait any longer. None of the Confucian scholars and students could wait any longer. What's going on? Why hasn't the dean of the academy come out yet? It's almost the auspicious hour. Hey, old scholar, what's going on? Where's Fengzi? He's coming. Don't rush him. At this moment, old he panted and shouted as he ran. Not far behind him, a tall carriage slowly appeared in everyone's sight at this moment. And the moment they saw the carriage, Zhuzi's father shouted, "The auspicious day has arrived, fire the firecrackers." Crackle, crackle. Carriages of free firecrackers were hung on the bamboo poles on all the gatehouses of the academy and on both sides of the street. When Zhuzi's father's voice sounded, someone instantly lit a string of firecrackers. And also at this time, Zhang Feng's carriage stopped at the gate of the academy at this time. At this time, Li Qingxian took the lead. Du Go, Wei Shuyu, and others stood on both sides of the carriage door. Then they saluted and said, "Welcome, master." All the Confucian scholars and students also bowed to the Confucian salute at this time. Although they had never seen this person, the person who could open an academy in Chang'an City must be a great Confucian scholar. As long as he was a great Confucian scholar, even ordinary officials had to salute when they saw him. "Welcome, master. Welcome, master, to get off the carriage and teach us." After 3 times, the palace maid in the carriage lifted the curtain and motioned Zhang Feng to get off the carriage. Looking at the dense crowd outside the carriage, as well as the people in Confucian robes standing in front of everyone at this time, Zhang Feng was really a little excited. Not excited, but terrified. Why the hell are all of them here? He originally thought that this matter was just a formality, and then a few words of pretentiousness would be enough. However, after seeing these Confucian scholars, he instantly thought of something that the old scholar had said in the tavern when he had nothing to do. They wanted to open an academy. Unless it was a great Confucian scholar who was famous in the Tang dynasty, countless Confucian scholars would come to challenge him. It was like fighting in the ring. Damn it, even the old scholar was no longer sloppy today. Instead, he was wearing the robes of a great scholar. What's going on? Damn it, old scholar, what's going on? The old scholar's face was solemn as he bowed to Zhang Feng in a Confucian manner. Then he said, "Scholar Zhang Feng, everything in the academy is ready. I would like to invite you to pay your respects to Confucius and Mencius and announce the handover." Chapter 461. Zhang Feng was speechless. This was really so troublesome. But at this moment, a Confucian scholar in the crowd suddenly shouted to stop. Wait! A middle-aged Confucian scholar in his 40s wearing a white robe embroidered with golden edges and green bamboo leaves stepped forward and saluted Zhang Feng. Then, he bowed like the old scholar and said, "I have long heard that there is a great Confucian scholar hidden in Tonghui Lane, a great Confucian scholar from the previous dynasty. I am here to greet you, sir." At this moment, the scene was completely silent. This was a matter between scholars. No matter how capable they were, they had no right to interfere. If anyone dared to say a word at this time, the yamen runner behind the crowd would come forward to teach him a lesson. The old scholar saluted with his fists without changing his expression. "May I ask what is the matter? Why did you interrupt the worship of Confucius and Meng for no reason? I am puzzled. I believe that every Confucian scholar here is puzzled. This young man looks to be in his 20s, but why is he wearing the robe of a great Confucian scholar? If you were to open an academy, I would have nothing to say. But this young man, I cannot do that. First, you have to explain the origin of this robe. Then, you have to explain why he is riding the carriage of a great Confucian scholar and opening an academy. Otherwise, I believe that all the scholars in the world will not let this matter rest." He was here to cause trouble. Zhang Feng finally understood. The old scholar then said in a low voice, "This is the normal process, and it is also essential. You just need to do it your own way. You just need to fight with them and make them believe in your ability. I heard from the people of Du Xing that when you enter, there will be a great scholar coming to testify for you, so don't be afraid." Zhang Feng heard this and calmed down instantly. That's right. This matter was done by Lao Li, and he had not seen Lao Li and the others until now. Perhaps they had gone to do this. Moreover, this was 2F** King boring, wasn't it? Lao Tzu opening an academy had nothing to do with you. If you have the ability, why don't you open one too? "Sir, may I know your name?" "I'm Zhang Feng." "Why have I never heard of your name in Chang'an City?" The middle-aged scholar stroked his beard, glanced at Zhang Feng and said, "My surname is Sun, and I am from Jade Mountain. Outside, people call me Mr. Jade Mountain. I wonder if little friend Zhang Feng has a name? Names are decided by the parents. How can they be changed? My name is Zhang Feng. The neighbors of Tonghui Lane call me Feng Zi. That's all." Good, good, good. But that's only because you have a sharp tongue. Do you have any works that can be handed down from generation to generation? Or perhaps something that has been approved by all the Confucians? If you do, who can prove it? Zhang Feng thought for a moment. There really wasn't any. Other than giving some calligraphy to Lao Li and the others, he really didn't have anything to do. Zhang Feng could not help but feel that he had suffered a great loss. If he had known earlier, he would have left all those things behind and pretended to read them aloud. Wouldn't that be better? Sir, I have something to say. At this moment, Jianghu, who was standing beside the old scholar, said charmingly. Sun Yushan heard this and hurriedly cupped his fist. Jianghu did not have any title, but who in Chang and city didn't know her? Who didn't know her? Jingshu's zither song that no one could understand made all the Confucians in the world scratch their heads. But why did she come here today? Could it be, the one who broke her zither song was this guy? How could it be? It was rumored to be a masterpiece handed down from generation to generation by Kai Wenji, the daughter of the great scholar of the Han dynasty, Kai Yong. But because of some things, it became the only copy in Jingshu's hands. Except for her, no one knew this song, and no one could decipher the meaning of this song. But, so it's Miss Jingshu. May I know what you have to say? How about we discuss it in the future? Jingshu's appearance instantly caused an uproar among all the students, as well as the stubborn ones. Could it be that this guy broke Jingshu's vow? Impossible. That zither song has been lost for hundreds of years. How could that guy know how to decipher it? Then why is Jingshu here? This explains a lot of things. As for Li Qingxian and the others, when they saw the poignant beauty of Jingshu in the crowd, as well as her fairy-like clothes that were blown by the northern wind, coupled with her ice-cold face, it gave birth to endless fanciful thoughts. Zhang Feng couldn't help but look askance. But when Jingshu passed by him, she just gently bowed and said, Mr. Sun, I wonder if you've heard of my daughter's Hygge 18 beats? Not only have I heard of it, but old man has already memorized this song by heart. Then do you know that a month ago, someone broke this zither song of mine at Swallow Descent restaurant? This, Sun Yushan's expression was a little ugly. Of course I know. Could it be that Miss Jingshu is talking about this old gentleman? Jingshu shook her head, and the pearl on her veil swayed. No, Mr. Sun, it's Prince Zhang. Buzz. Even though Sun Yushan had already guessed it, he didn't expect it to be this guy who broke it. After Kai Yong's death, Kai Wenji was also a talented woman whose name spread throughout the Han dynasty. How could something from her be ordinary? This zither song that even the combined efforts of all the great scholars couldn't figure out was really broken by this guy. Prince Zhang, today is the opening of your academy. I don't have anything else, so I specially offer you my Hygge 18 beats. I hope Prince Zhang can play it with me. How about it? Chapter 462. This, Fengzi, come on. Are you stupid? This is a rare opportunity. Sister-in-law has made such a big sacrifice. Why are you still hesitating? Yes, Fengzi, why are you acting like a woman? Come on. Cheng Chumo and the others did not dare to speak loudly. They could only lower their heads and urge Zhang Feng behind. Zhang Feng knew that sooner or later, there would be such a day. Okay. Miss Jingshu, please. After Zhang Feng made a gesture of invitation, Jingshu's maid brought up a guzheng, an incense burner, a stool, and a table. Jingshu sat opposite Zhang Feng and bowed slightly as a salute. At this time, after knowing that the first beauty of Chang and Jingshu had come to the gate of the academy like crazy. Even if they tiptoed, they were still watching. Even the patrolling soldiers stopped to watch from time to time. Ding! Jingshu's jade-like hand gently plucked the strings of the guzheng. Then she closed her eyes. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and signaled Cheng Chumo to borrow a folding fan from a Confucian scholar not far away. He opened it with a pa sound and then walked slowly with one hand behind his back. Although Zhang Feng did not know anything, he thought that this thing was similar to the poetry recitation in school, which was accompanied by music. The Han dynasty will decline and become a barbarian. War will be frequent. Mourning for my parents who gave birth to me. Seeing the chaos of separation at this time, the screen window and the mirror will not be affected. They will say that the bead curtain can cover them. Once the invaders entered China, they met the barbarians everywhere. Suddenly, the life of a general is poor, but the beauty follows the invaders. As Zhang Feng's yin and yang voice sounded, everyone on the streets of Chang'an fell into a dead silence. Even Li Shimin, Li Yuan, and the others, who were watching from the top of the city gate tower, could not help but slowly fall into that kind of mood after hearing the tune and the guzheng music. What is this? This was the complete version of Huga's 18 beats, the complete version of Huga's 18 beats created by Kai Wenji. As the 18 songs were slowly played, everyone finally thought of a fact. Zhang Feng might really be the person who solved the 18 beats of Huga. Otherwise, why would Jingshu come here? Would he be willing to lower himself to support Zhang Feng? Who is he? At this time, all the students and Confucians felt a chill in their hearts. Who didn't like beauties? Moreover, she was a talented girl like Jingshu, who was famous for her talent in Chang'an. Previously, when they heard that the Zheng song had been solved, everyone mistook it as a rumor. But now? It was just one song. The scene was still deathly silent. Xiaocai looked at the time and cupped his hands. Jingshu's zither song really brought out the essence of Kai Wenji. This song was extremely good. This way, please. At this time, Sun Yushan took a deep breath, cupped his hands, and left. Although there were still many doubts, no one could find the 18 beats of Huga's 18 beats in a second place. Otherwise, why would those great Confucians be so useless? After Sun Yushan left, the ceremony went smoothly. No one came to cause trouble. Everyone knew about the incident. Now that they saw the real person, who would dare to cause trouble? Moreover, the stubborn people in Chang'an city knew each other. Although some of them hid their identities, they still remembered Cheng Chumo and the others. Damn it, if they could squat behind that person and pretend to be his grandson, how could that person be simple? But what kind of background did he have to be able to make so many people circle around him like this? No one knew. Zhang Feng's identity could not help but become mysterious. At this time, when the plaque covered by the red cloth was uncovered, the great Confucians became even more uneasy. They saw that the plaque was written by Yu Shinan and the other great Confucians. How could it be fake? What did that mean? If this was all fake, then he would have been locked up by the bailiffs who were waiting outside. How could he still strut around here? Since there was an inscription by Yu Shinan, Chu Suiliang, and the others, it meant that Zhang Feng's identity was recognized. If there was an inscription by 4 great Confucians, and there was a great Confucian following him, he was already a great Confucian. This was the elaborate etiquette of a Confucian scholar. You either had to have a masterpiece or something amazing. You had to find at least 3 great Confucian scholars to vouch for you. Although the 4 great Confucian scholars didn't come, their personal inscriptions were all here. What did that mean? After paying respects to Confucius and Meng Qi and other things were done, Zhang Feng finally began to read the rules of admission. Fellow Confucians, students, and people of Chang'an City, today, I, Zhang Feng, am able to open an academy in Chang'an City because of your help. But this country has its laws, and every family has its rules. This academy will naturally have its own rules. Now, I will talk about the specific rules of the Chang'an Academy. First, our academy will set up a military Confucian religion and basic teaching rules such as mathematics. We will not force you to memorize. Of course, you must learn the teachings of Confucius and Mencius. This is the criteria for entering the academy. Second, our academy will only recruit monsters. If you are arrogant, we will not recruit those who are treacherous or have ulterior motives. As long as you want to learn, even if you are a stubborn rock, I, Zhang Feng, have the ability to teach you. After speaking for nearly 4 hours, Zhang Feng finally finalized this matter. The number of people temporarily was only 5, including Li Qian. If there were more, he would not be able to handle it. Why? He just had to wait for these 5 free laborers to be trained this year. Next year, he could really be a hands-off shopkeeper. Let him teach them one by one. Then go *ck yourself. If Li Qian and the others wanted to graduate, it was fine. At least, each of them had to train 50 people who were not too far behind them to take over. Otherwise, once they left, what would happen to the academy? Chapter 463. At this time, the opening of Zhang Feng's academy was over. But in Chang'an City, people were still talking about it. Why? Because of that plaque and that person. And that weird teaching philosophy that was completely different from the Imperial College and other academies. And more importantly, this guy only recruited 5 people this year? What kind of rule was that? Obviously, he left a fat job waiting for people to come and take advantage of it. Was this something a great scholar could do? But fortunately, everyone could be sure of one thing. This academy would basically be managed by the old scholar in the future. That was enough. Although not many people knew about Zhang Feng in Chang'an City, there were still people who knew about him. However, the old Xiaotsai was different. He was also famous in Chang'an City. Although Zhang Feng looked and his teaching philosophy was somewhat unreliable, this kind of person could still trust the old scholar. On top of the city gate, Li Yuan looked at the slowly dispersing crowd and chuckled as he said, "This brat is really unexpected. By the way, Shimon, whose idea was it to open an academy? I don't think this is Zhang Feng's idea. This is my idea." Li Yuan suddenly understood. He laughed and said, "Let's go. Now that everyone is gone, let's go to the academy and let this guy make a real barbecue for me. This half-baked barbecue is making me angry." Yes. What could they say? At this time, they could only follow behind Li Yuan. And the Imperial Guards and the Jianghu Guards were all scattered at this moment. Those irrelevant people were basically cleared out of the area of Kaihua Square. Only the people who lived here for a long time and the vendors made sure that no one knew the emperor and the others did they stop. As for the old scholar, just now, he went out with several great scholars. No one knew what he was doing. This way, he could avoid bumping into Li Yuan. After all, if Li Yuan could know him, the old scholar would definitely know Li Yuan too. When Li Yuan and others walked into the academy, they happened to see Zhang Feng instructing the crown prince and others to do work. This scene made Cheng Yaojin and the others behind Li Yuan and Li Shimon involuntarily drop their eyeballs to the ground. Li Qingqian was holding a broom and sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground of the academy with all his might. Du Go was pulling weeds with his bare hands. Wei Shuyu was cleaning the things on the roof tiles. Basically, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was flipping the roof. As for Zhang Sun, he was holding a piece of cloth and washing the floor of the academy. "This, Your Majesty, would you like this servant to send someone to do it?" "No need. This is great." These fellows usually lived like princes, so it was normal for them to suffer a little at this time. Why would they need help? "Zhang Feng, you've done well." Li Yuan decisively refused. Empress Zhangsun and the others couldn't help but smile when they saw the ugly expressions on Li Qingqian and the others' faces. "Is that the Zhang Feng that second brother mentioned?" Empress Zhangsun pointed at Zhang Feng, who was sitting on a chair and fanning himself wildly. "Yes, he's Zhang Feng. It's really weird." "Ha ha ha, if he's not weird, then he wouldn't be Zhang Feng." Li Yuan laughed loudly. Li Yuan's voice was heard by the few people in the academy. They glanced at the attire of Li Yuan and the others, stood up and gave a scholarly greeting. Then, they continued to work. Although their expressions were ugly, this group of fearless brats actually followed Zhang Feng's instructions and continued to work. This made the eyes of Li Yuan and the others brighten. "Yo! Old master, you've come personally. Lao Li, Lao Sun, Lao Chen, Lao Wei, Lao Du, Lao Feng, why are you all here?" Go go go, let's go to the tavern. There's nothing here. Let's go to the tavern. We'll treat today. Ha ha ha, good good good. Brat, you're not bad. These few brats are all pampered at home. Moreover, they're those lawless guys. Old man, I really don't know what kind of ability you use to make these lawless guys so obedient. Hey! This isn't a difficult thing. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, to forge iron, one needs to be strong. If they can't even do this well, then they can forget about it after 3 years. They don't need to do anything else. They can just go back home and inherit your inheritance. They're just waiting for death. If such people go out, they'll only bring harm to others. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Li Yuan laughed loudly again. Looks like you want to be a hands-off shopkeeper again? Zhang Feng was anxious. When did I? Oh right, Lao Li, this is. Zhang Feng hurriedly changed the topic and looked at Zhang Sun and Wu Go. This is my wife. Hello, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. When everyone heard this, their faces turned green. What kind of a dress was this? Daring to call the empress sister-in-law, you, Zhang Feng, are really the first person. But Li Shimin didn't care. Zhang Sun and Wu Go covered her mouth and smiled. She waved her hand and said, I've heard about you, Qian, and my husband before. Seeing you today, you're really a talent. You flatter me. Let's go, don't stand there. Let's go to the tavern. Let's talk while we eat. At this moment, Jingshu's voice sounded behind everyone. I can go too.